Hello, YouTube. Good seeing you. Hope they're good for you as always. Welcome, one and all. Time for some quick hellos, and then back to some Trick Shot Simulator for the opening today, and then we'll definitely have a little bit of the Roottrees Are Dead on this Variety Saturday. My favorite day, your favorite day, a good day through and through and through. Gonna be a good time. Looking forward to a lot of fun playing this instead of playing the normal games of the week as one does. For now, though, some quick hellos. Hello, Slivers! Slivers in here 6 minutes before stream starts. Rabbling, and then the appointed moment arrives. And Slivers says, "Where's my stream? Where's my stream?" I may have been a minute late today. I apologize. That's how it goes, I suppose. Unnamed comment, hello. Mike, what's up? Good seeing you, Tarek. Hello to you today, Putsaru. Shepard, welcome back. Good to see you, Cortraption. Cortraption, thank you for the 72 months of subscribing. Is that a full year? Let's see. 12 plus 12 is 24. 24 plus 12 is 36. 36 plus 12 is 48. 48 plus 12 is 60. 60 plus 12 is 72. There was some trouble on the way, but I did it. Can you believe it? I did it. Thank you for a full year, however many that was. It's very kind of you. Carcinogen, hello. Eka, hello. Marks, hello. History teacher Steve, hello. Thank you all for the kind words about a giant sword out there. I don't know what giant sword you're talking about, but it is a majestic and beautiful thing. It's a sign of how well the world is going. We have a giant machine, giant sword somewhere, all good. Carcinogen, not sure I said hi. If I didn't or did, you get two of them. Hello to you today, George. Chiplerone, thank you for the resubscription for 48 months. 12 plus 12 is 24. 12 plus 24 is 36. 36 plus 12 is 48. Hey, Chiplerone, thank you for a full year also. I actually didn't need to count that one out, but you know, it's a bit. That's how it works always. Coda Test, hello. Jolena, hello. What's good today, Dr. Possible? T to the HF. Thank you for being here. I enjoyed rating your stream yesterday. You were playing some Hearts of Iron. How'd that go for you? You have a good time? Hope sure indeed. That's right, hope sure. These are words we say, but yeah, good seeing you. Very nice to have a connection between a viewer's name and a voice. It's a very lovely thing, as always. Dr. Possible, hello. Infinite Drek, welcome in. Slivers, what is up and good? Welcome, everybody. If I missed you, I apologize, but it's good being here with you. At some point, I might learn multiplication and division. I like addition. Addition feels right and good in the world. Multiplication, though, like 12 times 2 I know is 24, but man, I'm forcing it, right? I can do my multiplication tables up to... Never mind. We're not going to spend any portion of our life doing that. We have calculators. We have calculators here in the world. You know, good old Mrs. Lee in 3rd grade said, old resorty, you got to learn your times tables because you have a fancy calculator right now, but you'll never have one against you again, or with you again. So, yeah, Mrs. Lee was wrong. I should probably write her a letter right now. Dear Mrs. Lee, remember when I got a C- in mathematics because of my inability to do multiplication? Turns out you were wrong. Sincerely, Professor Resorty, PhD. Allow me to make my ignorance a value that's always very good. Chipron, you're currently stuck on Trading Card Game Shop Simulator. It is one heck of a game, and you get those little bursts of dopamine as you open more and more card packs and find absolute garbage. Speaking of which, my strange YouTube viewing habits. Oh, if we're talking this way, one moment. You're stuck with the Saturday morning routine if you're going to be having a conversation now. Where is it? Right here, I think. Good. Hello, Axix. How's it going, friend? Happy weekend all the way. All right, very good. Speaking of which, on the strange YouTube searching, I've been doing what? Looking at a lot of videos of people opening card packs as a way to feel something in my life, the possible joy at someone else's successes in opening a pack of baseball cards and finding a Shohei Ohtani autograph. Oh, it's so great. But somehow I found myself to a channel in which an Australian man's whole premise is which will profit more, $500 of cards in Magic the Gathering or $500 in lottery scratch-off cards. And he goes into it with such enthusiasm and self-belief. And let me say, he's made many of these videos, and the majority of them have the same outcome. He goes into it with like such belief. Oh, we're gonna make so much money on the lotto. We're gonna make so much money. And of course, the case that after opening $500 in random lotto scratchers and cards, he has lost about half of the value in both cases, right? And he seems so disappointed by the end. But then next month, he makes another one of these videos. And so I don't know if it's some kind of like stunt thing, like Mr. Beast. It's obviously not a wise financial decision unless people are watching your videos, in which case it's a great financial decision because you get, there's ad money you can then spend on this. But it's been fun to watch. Given that I myself don't open those kind of cards. I find it very appealing, but it's a problem, and it's a funny shtick. That's all I gotta say for that. In your Hearthstone playthrough yesterday, you managed to free Wrexham and the rest of the UK. Hey, well done. Our playthrough of Hearts of Iron is very much just set up for whatever comes next for Canada. We successfully did what? We successfully set up the end of the Civil War. Yeah, we were in the process of giving all of America to Douglas MacArthur, assuming that he will help me in the invasion of England one of these days. That's going to be a big deal. Hopefully the mighty American Navy will assist us in boarding and landing, and that'll be great. That's how it goes all the way. Which did you have greater returns, the lottery or the Magic the Gathering card packs? I believe it was about equal. I believe he ended up with like $250 in value on the lottery cards. Oh, that one bounced beautifully. I got so close. On the lottery cards, I got about $250 back on the 500 investment, risk, gamble, and about the same amount on the Magic cards. And, he hadn't bought any special boxes or anything, just absolutely ran them off the shelf. So it's a good shtick. I think for success in in any quote-unquote content creation world, you need to have a shtick. And his shtick works well, and one of these days he might make big money, and I don't think he'll know what to do on that day, because the entire channel is about him losing money for your entertainment. Hello, HPG, how's it going? What's good for you today? Also, I'm kind of like chunking these very poorly. Because of the way the hanger comes out of the hand on this one, you actually have to go just past the rope there, or stick there, and then have it land while turning it back towards you. And so it needs to be a throw beyond where one might think it needs to go. And so like we go Serenity now repeatedly, and eventually it'll work out. Speaking of YouTubing, this morning, while Nam's already left, Nam's at a conference this weekend. While we're here on the weekend throwing hangers at pieces of bamboo or maybe a curtain rod, Noms has already left for a conference about teaching in Japan and the way in which the Japanese system has been learning from others around the world. Like I mentioned before, education in Japan is primarily just memorization, primarily being able to return by rote what the instructor has given to you. And so she left at like 7 a.m. Oh, that was on and back off. That one should count. I think if it hangs for even a moment, I should get at least half credit. So I think like bouncing it into the rod's a decent strategy, possibly, maybe. But yeah, Nam's already gone learning about teaching so that she's able to better understand some of our students. Somewhere around like 40% of our student body are Japanese nationals. And about of those, about half are people who have gone through Japanese public schools. We have a large population who have gone through Japanese international schools instead, in which they learn quite a bit more English along with their Japanese curriculum. Is she presenting? No, she is not presenting. Yeah, she's just there to support a couple of our faculty who are there as sort of advisors and what's it called, respondents on papers that talk more about in the US or in Germany or in Poland. Here are the things that are done at the primary level especially. As so many of you know, elementary school, grammar school matters a lot. It's the place where students learn to learn in some ways. a place where students learn initial expectations of what's going to be coming for the rest of their educational career. And so because I think starting in what we would call second grade in the US, because at that point they immediately turn into just memorize everything, she and others try to encourage better work. How does my university compare to other Japanese universities? I would like to not answer that question for reasons that it may identify myself or me way too much. With the things I've said throughout the years, I think it's very easy for who I am, where I teach and so on, but I don't want to come right out and say it. So I feel like the big difference is our primary language. I don't want to say that. Never mind. Never mind. Nothing to apologize for. It's all good. You've done nothing wrong. But our university is different than many in Japan. And I think we have important things to share with the Japanese world and so on. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But I also do recognize that we're different in some ways. Nam's already off this conference. She'll be getting home at like 6 p.m. or so. And I'm here hanging out on a Saturday with you fine folks. Hanging out and enjoying the endless throwing of hangers for a little bit. And then later today, we're going to play the Roottrees Are Dead. If you missed last Variety Saturday, it's a game we kind of stumbled into. Some viewer mentioned it, I believe, and it is a perfect resorty game. The kind of game that I love because it is straight deduction. Straight research and deduction. Occasionally you do have to make certain guesses, abductions if you want, and these are just so much fun for me to see how a big system fits together, and not a mathematical system or a system of programming, but instead a system of words. If only the entire world were a system of words, I'd get along just fine, thank you. So I'll do more of that today. And then also one of my students recommended a game for me to at least check out on stream, to pull up on the Steam page in a moment here, called, I think, 7 Days to End With You. Have any of you heard of this game? We'll pull up the Steam page in just a moment. When he started talking, I thought he was going to say 7 Days to Die, but he said instead 7 Days to End With You, I believe. And what he said is a game in which you have to decipher words or find words from a person, a friend possibly, who's unable to speak, and you don't know sign language. And so apparently you piece together a language via ostentation, people pointing at things. Pardon me? And that sounds cool. Sounds like an interesting way of modeling a kind of sociality that I don't think many of us run into that often. Like, we tend to interact with people who speak our language at least some degree. But it sounds kind of cool. So in a moment, we'll pull up that game and get our way onto other things. That said, not much happened last night. Noms and I watched the final episode of the first season of the Great British Sewing Bee. Great British Sewing Bee, which I'm not a sewer. I barely understand how clothes work. As some of you noticed yesterday, one of my shirts has a gigantic rip in it right now, and I continue wearing it. I wore it to teach. I wore it to the grocery store yesterday and felt okay about that. But yeah, it's a show in which various non-professional, what's the word? Sewers seems wrong. Sewers seems false. People who make clothing non-professionally, and they're gathered together, 12 of them, in weekly competitions. And one competition is, can you follow this pattern and make some interesting piece of clothing, like a kilt, or perhaps the dress that Marilyn Monroe once wore. Again, bouncing on and off, absolutely outrageous. And then after that, the second element is called the Transformation Challenge. And so the producers might give the contestants a hazmat suit, bright yellow, made out of some plastic, hazmat suit, and a children's denim outfit. And together we want you to make a bikini. I I guess tailor is the right word, or seamsters. Thank you for that. I think when I thought of the word tailor or clothier, I immediately thought RPG. But yeah, this transformation challenge is so fascinating because they're given things that seem like pure nonsense, right? Here's a picnic blanket and a scuba suit. Make for us a child's jumper, right? This sort of thing. And it's so cool though, seeing how the various sewers, seamsters, come together and create really unexpected, like really interesting pieces of art in fabric form. And the last one is always a made-to-measure challenge in which the producers have told the people what they're going to make. So a ball gown, or the kind of clothing that one might wear to a party or whatever else. Gotta make that kind of thing over the course of 4 hours. And they give you a model. They give you a human person that you have to adapt whatever your idea is to their actual factual human body. And so it's about taking the pattern you found or created and turning it into something that's actually wearable for one particular human. And it was fascinating to learn. Like I learned phrases of what it is to cut on the bias. I've learned phrases about what is it? Like turning inside out a piece of clothing that one has stitched. I think it's called like blowing it out, maybe? I don't know. I've forgotten exactly the phrase. But I now know so much more about sewing than I did previously. And it's still not something super interesting to me, except in a practical sense, right? I would watch an episode of how it's made on a t-shirt now, where previously I think I hadn't given any thought at all to it. So the show is definitely a takeoff on the Great British Baking Show, that show in which non-professional bakers come together and are given very similar kinds of daily missions. And the last one's always a little over the top, right? Make some giant party cake and have on it at least 14 characters from your life. And one person will put it at our park with all their little icons of all of their favorite friends. And another person put together a beach scene in baking form, and the beach scene will have their father on it. Oh, I just miss my dad so much. All very sentimental. And so, I think it's good. It's probably less successful than the cake show, because to the non-sewing viewer, me, there was less variation from day to day to week to week. Because it seems like with pastries, there's so many different kinds one can make. But when it comes to clothing, at least to this non-professional viewer, it seemed very, very repetitive. So I know there are different kinds of stitches that happen on a sewing machine, but to the person who's not making them, it just looks the same, right? You're just ramming this fabric through this thing that goes thunk, 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 thunk repeatedly. And while it's interesting, it's just not quite the same. So I think I'll recommend this one with like 1.5 thumbs up, maybe 1.25 thumbs up. So not a you must go watch right now, but it's cozy enough, right? Though people are competing, they still wish each other well. There's not a lot of fighting amongst them or sniping amongst them, but instead it's just people who are hanging out, enjoying themselves. And by the last couple episodes, you can see they've really been through it together. So they're so affirming, and the person who loses that week is always hugged, and there's tears, and it's a nice thing compared to so many other competitive shows in competitive parts of the world, which do seem kind of mean-spirited fundamentally. I am Dar. Thank you so much for the generous subscription. 82 months. That is ridiculously long. I thank you for every one of those. I believe you were a subscriber from maybe like our first day of subscribing. Way back when you were part of the community, and I thank you for being part of it still. Noms I watched, that is our exciting Friday date night. We did not go out for dinner this Friday. We usually do so, our one day out a week, to have a nice little, cooked meal from someone else, often Indian food. But this week we've gone out with our friends twice, and both times we've eaten out, and so I felt a little excessive to do it again. I'm trying to do the better dieting thing and so on. So, with that said, it's been a good night. Anytime noms I get to hang out, I'm very happy. And I went to bed a little early. Woke up this morning a little early. Had a little coffee. Played a little video game for a while, and now I'm here with you. That's my report on what I've done since yesterday. None of it especially interesting, but if you're interested in filling out your parasocial resorties life calendar, you're getting a lot of things to think about, a lot of little images to draw. I look forward to seeing your resorty fan art very soon. Can you arc the shot at all? So what you can do is just go forward, I believe. And so I might be doing it wrong. It's possible. Let me think about it. Okay, I think I need to hold down the mouse key. I think I might be releasing from... Oh, that one never came down. That's great. Yeah. I think if I hold down the mouse key longer, I've been releasing it, maybe nothing is different, but I feel like reinvigorated as we have a new potential way of throwing. That said, if you've come to the channel to see success, to like attempt to backseat me into glory, it's not going to happen. Like, we have to understand, we just throw over and over again, and then in one moment of desperation, I say, fine, be that way, and just throw it. And when that happens, we suddenly get it. And so, yeah, this is a channel about Sisyphean grinding along. There is no success. The rock rolls down every single time. And yet, just to keep things interesting, occasionally the rock might stay atop the hill for one brief second. There's a philosophy article I've forgotten the name of right now that asks the question. I'm sure many of you know the Sisyphean story, right? The story that someone's been cursed by the gods to eternal toil, pushing a rock up the hill, and then it comes down on him again, no matter what he does, no matter how he goes. And isn't this heartbreaking in a sense? And indeed it is. There's a philosophy article, though, that asks the question, if it were instead that Sisyphus were able to leave one small stone behind every single trip up the mountain, and then his big stone came down on him again, and over the course of years, he eventually gets enough little stones up there in a little pile that he's made a cairn, and then he's made a small little rock house, and eventually he's made a giant rock temple. And he knows that the rock will keep coming back down on him, and eventually his little rocks will collapse as well, as all things do. Would that change Sisyphus's situation? Being able to make minor changes to his world before it all collapses, right? Is that enough to give meaning? Like, I think the normal story is Sisyphus's life of toil, just working endlessly and being pushed down from some goal, is a vision of meaninglessness, right? There's nothing valuable about it because best efforts are destroyed over and over again. But could a little effort over time construct a sort of meaning? It's the human condition, absolutely right. It's an attempt to take the story of a god, or a demigod, or an immortal at least, and humanizing it just a little bit. Working honestly and being pushed down while therapy got hard today. I mean, this is not therapy talk. This is philosophy talk. This is the kind of thing I teach my students in the meaning of life class. Because some of you are mentioning, right? Sartre has a really important essay on the myth of Sisyphus, in which he describes this, but says, look, it is the case that Sisyphus keeps pushing that rock. Pushing that rock has given his life meaning. We must imagine Sisyphus happy. And this is the human condition, right? Find your rock and get pushing. Find your hanger and get throwing. And if you can do this, Sisyphus could be a joyful life. It's no grand purpose, right? You're not gonna do anything that survives you eternally. You're not gonna do anything that matters in the grand scheme of things, but this is good enough, right? I think that's what we go out here. That's what going in here, possibly. What if Sisyphus had loot boxes unlock other colors of rock? Absolutely. It makes the world a little more interesting. Now, of course, the fundamental claim of the Sisyphus narrative when used in philosophy is that there is nothing we can do that has permanent effects, right? It assumes a kind of atheistic view that says, look, there's not going to be any happy ever after or unfortunate ever after at the end. Instead, you just live for a while, do some stuff. Stuff kind of falls apart after a while. Oh, bounced off again. So close. Is there a lecture stream on the docket? So the next stream, or next like special stream I'm supposed to schedule is cooking stream with noms. And we've agreed on one thing that we'll make with the stream, one cooking item we'll create. But unfortunately, Noms is being a little bit flexible, we'll call it. She wants to keep her weekends open. And so I'm having a little trouble getting her to confirm what day we'll do for the cooking stream. And so I kind of sort of want to do my special lecture stream, philosophy stream, sometime after I'm not teaching, right? So I have 3 more weeks of actual factual class, and then a week of students write their final papers or do their final projects, and then I have a week or so of grading those. So within a month or so, I'll be done teaching, and my intention is within the month after that, so probably in May or June, we'll then do the philosophy stream. But I want the cooking stream to come before that. I also have a karaoke stream on the docket. I've now convinced 3 of my students to come with me for the karaoke stream, and all 3 of them are friends. So hopefully their positive vibes will be a delight for you all, and they enjoy karaoke singing, and so maybe we'll all sing together for a while. And that one's coming too. All these, of course, are because of the charity event we did back in November. It was so darn successful, so fun. But yeah, the current order of things is cooking stream with noms, then philosophy stream, and then the karaoke stream. Now, it is possible that if the philosophy stream goes well, and you all enjoy it, and I all enjoy it, we might do more in the future. It's just been such a fear for me for a long time that I've never quite wanted to break that seal. Because once that seal is broken, it can never be unbroken. And maybe I'll need to delete the VOD immediately. We'll see what happens, but should be good, should be good, should be good. About a vote for Kaiserreich the other day, could I not have it in live announcements? Those who don't want live notifications have it muted. Wait, what vote for Kaiserreich the other day, Ablu? I don't think I had a vote in the Go Live channel. I tend to use the Go Live channel just to, go live. Let me see what I did. But no, I know many people have the Go Live announcements channel muted. So the recent announcements have been, like, today, hello, I'm live. Then here was just, like, a little story of what we're going to do. There's no vote here. This is just people responding to my amazing spoiler. Then we went live. Then I had an absolute delightful little programming open. And then Kaiserreich last Saturday. Is there a vote? I don't think there's a vote anywhere here. You have the program thing with a vote. Oh, no. This is a, like, just follow the instructions. Because you see, like, would you like to see Kaiserreich? If yes, go to 80. And 80 is click on the link. Cat pictures, go there too. Right. Would I see Kaiserreich that felt vote-ish? I mean, I'm sorry, I did not mean it that way. I will work on not asking questions here. And with that said, immediately, and do I love this? I'm not sure. Right, immediately, one of our fine mathematics professors chimed in with, "Here is why your program is wrong," and how I would grade it, which, while it was delightful, it was just a bit. I was trying to make it fun. The question of should we play more Kaiserreich, I think, is one that is live right now. Some part of me does want to play more of it, but another part of me, perhaps the larger part of me, is currently feeling that Kaiserreich, while fun, while good in its own way, it has not been super successful for the stream, And I get done with each day feeling very, very, very tired in a way I don't normally while streaming. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. My sense is we'll probably be playing something different on Monday, but I can't guarantee it, right? If there's a profound uprising of people saying yes for Zordy, more Kaiserreich, then maybe we'll play our week of it. But I'm currently leaning towards no. We'll play some other game on Monday. Because yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think for some folks, Kaiserreich is a little bit too close to contemporary history. Definitely the case. There are certain moments in the required narrative of the game that feel like they're pointing to today's trends in a way that might be a little on the nose. But that's silly. Of course, history repeats itself. Of course, the case that certain historical vibes. What's the line, right? History doesn't repeat itself; it rhymes, though. Right, so maybe certain trends in the 1930s can be found again in the contemporary world, and this might feel bad for viewers. I get that. And then also it's a game in which very, very little happens over a long period of time. And then kind of all at once, the game changes over to a lot happens. And we won the American Civil War, and that was cool. The game itself seems too slow. Yeah, I think because the game insists on being a history book for the world at the exact same time that it's a historical game, it's kind of overwhelming. So for big history nerds, and maybe for me in certain moods, it's great. It's amazing. I love it. But while streaming and reading these long narratives over multiple pages about, hey, guess who won in China this time? But wait, no, that man in China won for only 3 days. Here's this new man in China who, it's just a little bit much. It's just a little bit much, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think you'll not see Kaiserreich on Monday. You'll probably see some out of the park baseball. And I know we held a vote yesterday on stream in which the majority of people, like 65% of those who voted, said baseball is boring. But I think we'll do it for a week, and we'll see if we can win some converts over. Because like I said, with our first Football Manager playthrough, a lot of people came by who said football is boring. There's no joy to be found in the kicking of the ball and scoring only once a match and so on. And, people's minds change. That's all I go for is people having a good time, and more importantly, I have a good time. It'd be a nice time for a while. And like with that said, it's primarily a spreadsheet game as opposed to being a real baseball game or sport game, I suppose. What's the general thought on the CK3 tutorial? It's the best one of the Paradox ones. It does not teach you everything you need to know, but it teaches you a lot you need to know. I have one of my few YouTube tutorial videos. It is on Confederate partition, which is the way in which the government works at base in CK3 under most conditions. I'd encourage you to go watch that one after you've done the tutorial, because otherwise you'll be really confused on what's just happened. Now, many of my tutorials are kind of out of date. The trouble, of course, with Paradox games is they're constantly being updated, not only through DLCs, but also through just base game modifications. And so occasionally I have people, come into my 8-year-old video and say, Resorty, this is not right, you fool. Resorty, I was watching it at, minute 1:45, you say false things. I don't know what to do. I just can't help. With that said, it is the case that the game is really fun. And I think CK3 is one of the more forgiving games, especially now there's the unlanded adventure mode. So you really can't lose in the game unless you manage to get everyone in your dynasty killed, right? If everyone's in your dynasty is killed, you got some problems. But you can no longer have it end game for lack of land, which was the case previously. Now, if you want to, you can go on the road, you can explore other kingdoms, build up a rabble army, and then take back your territory, which is a very cool modification from how it used to be. So, yeah, CK3 is probably the easiest of the Paradox games to get into. And like I said, the tutorial is probably the friendliest among them all. I thought we might get this one today. I feel like it's time to move on to the Redactyl and so on. I thought we might have it, but unfortunately my throwing has become inconsistent again. I think it was I think part of it is in this game, for me to be doing anything other than kind of random throwing, I need to be thinking about only the game. I need to be one with the game here, one with the hanger, one with the one. And that's difficult for me when I'm trying to talk about anything of any actual interest to anyone. So, I don't know. Kaiserreich made more sense with Hearthfire and Bare Bone, but all the recent country packs is not needed anymore. So, Unnamed Comet, I agree. It seems to me that in Hearts of Iron, there are a lot of cool stories to be found and had and explored in just the base game. And a number of viewers came in when I first started playing Hearts of Iron and said Kaiserreich really is the only way to play. And I get that from the perspective of political parties being more interesting and having ways of interacting with political parties, which is not part of the base game as I understand it. Instead, you just have to say, okay, there are four big factions, and the four big factions are like political parties, and bedeep, that's all there is. So I definitely understand. I definitely understand, why people would want more complexity there. But because I play Paradox games primarily for story time and for seeing the development of a people over time and the leaders and all the rest, I'm less concerned about some of the other ways in which Kaiserreich has been modifies the game. Things about combat and so on are just not for me so much. So, with all that said, I'm pretty sure Monday no more Kaiserreich, but Hearts of Iron, I'm so glad that I've learned. For a long while there, when people come in and say, Resorty, what Paradox games do you like? Which is your favorite? I would have to make a bunch of caveats about having not played Hearts of Iron and knowing it's very, very good, but at the same time, it is perhaps not for me. Also, I'm wondering if bouncing off the painting might be the way to do this. Like, the bounce back would be helpful if it deadens the hanger, but I'm not sure. All right, 10 more throws, 10 more focus throws, and then you're free for this. They're about to change the base game in Stellaris. Wait, again? What's the modification this time in remaking Stellaris? Because they've done that at least twice already, yeah? Like, major changes to movement especially. And I think those are often the most frustrating for folks because they get used to one mode of how you're out in the world, and then you can't do it anymore. Relearn the game. They remove individual pop calculations. Oh. So is that in all respects? For example, in Stellaris right now, when you first make a new planet, you have one pop on it. And if you make 7 buildings, you then say, welp, time to do some immigration and move 6 people over, or instead just wait for production of them. Change how pops work for better math. I don't know what that means, but I can imagine that being a very, very useful and good thing. I'll probably play it when the change comes out. I do like Stellaris. I do like Stellaris quite a bit, and it scratches an itch for my desire for sci-fi. You'll recall that when Star Trek Infinite came out, the Star Trek themed Stellaris clone, I was so excited for let's do stuff in space. But then it was unfortunately abandoned very quickly. I don't know if they didn't get enough Star Trek fans. Did I say Star Wars? If so, I apologize. Right. I don't know if it didn't get enough Star Trek fans to come over and to play it. And so just like the standard Stellaris group, and then a lot of Stellaris fans, of course, said, there's already a free Star Trek mod over on Stellaris. Why would anyone pay for the official Star Trek version? And my hope, of course, was getting a big pile of people to play the Paradox game would then encourage further development. But yeah, unfortunately, the initial release was a little bit rough in ways that I found embarrassing to be streaming, honestly. And so I do kind of wonder what the devs were feeling. The most notable part is the Klingon voice actor was not. Like, I think there was an upgraded version of the game you could pay for that gave you proper Klingon voice acting. But without that, the Klingon voice actor just said this, like, incredibly repetitive greeting line in a basically human voice. And the line, as many of you are saying, is daggers talk, money howls, in basically that exact voice. And yeah, it felt like a kind of sloppiness that probably could have been fixed pretty easily. Yeah, yeah. Like, I think many of us could probably do a more respectable Klingon voice than what that was. And so it felt like a day one money grab. And while we know that Paradox is in the direction of money grabs basically always, like definitely always looking for DLC paths, on day one that feels gross. I think the same complaint about Civilization 7, right? When day one's being so fundamental is missing, and you know the DLC is coming out, what, a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, it just feels very unkind to the player. So, I don't know. I feel like I should go back to Civ 7. We had a very good time with it, but I don't want to encourage that kind of behavior by anyone other than Paradox, right? Paradox and, Games Workshop? Those two can do the ridiculous DLC thing, but no one else. Something like that. If only someone had bought more stock to pay for better voice actors. Look here, you. I am invested in Paradox about as much as I ever should be. Like, if some month, I don't know, I find a pile of yen on the ground. Oh, this is not true, though. I was going to say I'll take it and immediately turn it turn it into Paradox stocks. But I got to show you this. And this frees us from the tedium that is Trickshot Simulator, at least for right now. Yesterday, I updated the old Firefox. People were very insistent I had to, because something would fall apart if I didn't. And now I have the wrong Firefox thing open. So one moment I'll get a new window. Put the Discord away. You come down here. So don't worry, the Firefox is updated. It led to a great conversation over on the Discord about what browser should be used these days. The Linux Brigade came out as usual and said rabble, resorty. Obviously, you should be using the... Hello? Please change over? Hello? That's strange. You should be using the Linux thing. You should be using various other pieces I know not of. Why not changing? Hello? There we go. All right, very good. Things to show you. Number one. So this is always amazing. So the Japanese yen turn-in will probably do it. No, not how much it turns into. That's upsetting. Yeah. Sora News is a legitimate news site that takes Japanese stories and turns them into English. People in Tokyo found over 4 billion yen in lost cash last year and turned it into the police. 4.5 billion yen, $30 million in lost cash turned in. By law, lost property is retained by 3 months, during which the investigators post notices and attempt to locate the owner. After that, we claim a finder for 2 months, and if they don't find it, it goes to the prefectural government, etc. I've discussed before, like, in Japan, if you go into a restaurant and see a wallet sitting on a table, you never, ever, ever think someone has lost their wallet. Instead, people will just leave their wallet full of ID, full of money, full of everything, as a way of holding a seat. And they leave their laptops out, they leave their purses, they leave iPhones, like all these very valuable things are just left because there's almost no petty theft here. And I talked to my Japanese students about it. And the Americans are all, yeah. If I find a lost wallet, it's just mine. And they talk about this way in which finders, keepers, and so on. And the Japanese students not only disagree, they do not understand the perspective. It would never come to mind, they claim, to do anything other than ignoring the wallet, or if it's obviously in a place that the person has lost it, and then you take it and you turn it in at the police station. And I don't want to say Japan anime dreamland by any means, but it is the case definitely that this attitude is a divergence between my American students and my Japanese ones. And so 4 billion yen last cash turned it into Tokyo's police stations. One thing, of course, is that in Tokyo there are these police boxes in lots of places. I don't know if you have these where you're from. But these little like neighborhood police stations, which are often just one tiny little room with a desk sergeant, I guess, and then a small holding area in the back, not a jail exactly, but just a room, and then above that a place for officers to sleep and change and eat food and so on. And so it is definitely an easy place just down the street to turn things in regularly. That's how it goes. A high trust society. It's a very good phrase for sure. High trust society. Hello, Nine. Good seeing you. Your closest police station is 40 minutes away. Exactly right. Exactly right. Who gets found money in Japan if not claimed by the owner? I think that said after 3 months, the original finder may claim it. And if they don't claim it, it then goes to the prefectural governments. And if it's claimed by the original owner by law, there's a finder's fee. So I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I know there's a very high rate of turning in lost things. You were in Tokyo, left a bag on a train. She went to the station staff and said to wait till the train returns. The bag was still there. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. It's a really high trust society. It feels to me in some measure like my undergrad, right? This place had 900 students, 1,000 students. And we went into the cafeteria. We weren't allowed to take bags in because there was a fear of students taking too much food and taking it back to their rooms and so on, whatever. And so we had this area where you put your bags, and they weren't private lockers. They weren't washed by anyone. It was just the pile of bags. And so you'd pile in your bag with your books and your laptops and all the rest, and they'd stay there. And after lunch was done, you'd go back out and dig your bag out of the pile of bags. And to my knowledge, at least in my years there was never any theft. And I love that. I absolutely love that. So again, I don't want to say that Japan is anime dreamland by any means, but it was a lovely thing. A fear of food theft, but not a fear of bag theft. Right. So I went to a college like many others these days, in which food services and maintenance have been contracted out. And there's a lot to say about that and how sad it is. But the corporation, I think Sodexo in our case, got to set all of the rules for things involving food. And so they had a very strict set of rules about students may eat here, but they may not take more food. Though they did have a little like basket of fruit set out. So you could get a piece of fruit with you on the way out, but you couldn't load up Tupperwares with, mac and cheese or slices of pizza or whatever. And the farming out of non-teaching and administration work at many universities is unfortunate. Because it then tends to be a less personalized and culturally relevant kind of experience before. The people are not part of the school per se; they're part of the contract work, the corporation possibly. Sodexo, oh boy, indeed. Oh yeah, Jim, absolutely. It assumes that students have enough access to food. It assumes that there'd be no reason other than greed or gluttony to take all the food. Now, in the case of this school, everyone was required to have the same meal plan. And so by being at the school, you did have access to consistent food 3 times a day. And then at night, there'd be a little snack thing. And so I know the people who were at the school didn't have food insecurity problems. But at many other universities where I've taught, either you were allowed to go with no food plan, and so the student was kind of just on their own for food, which could be a moment of insecurity. Or here, we have a large number of students who are non-residential, a large number of students who, live in Tokyo somewhere. And we know for a fact that some of them, struggle because Tokyo is a kind of expensive place. And so you gotta pay your rent to have a place to live, but do you have to pay for food every day? So I'm very grateful and glad that in the past 3 years, our university has started a food pantry. And that food pantry, because of NOMS' arguing, I'll say more of this in a moment, the food pantry is completely open access. It's a series of lockers in a corner in an area in one of the buildings. And it's totally available to anyone who wants to go there at any point at all. At all. And that's so important because the president initially wanted to have a really formalistic bureaucratic system. You will come to the president's office, you will speak to the administrative assistant there, she will have you fill out these forms explaining why you need food, establishing that you are a student, etc., etc. Right? And this kind of thing, though it does provide aid for people, is the kind of thing that can be so embarrassing, right? Because the student has to say, I can't pay for food. The student has to say, I'm the one with problems here. And again, it is a way to give the student food, but it's not the best way. And so instead, by having an open series of lockers, number one, it normalizes it because it means that anyone can go and get food there. In order to encourage the ordinary use, in fact, NOMS argued we should have some treats in there, little suckers or small cookies, so people do stop in and just grab whatever, which then gives a kind of cover for the people who need it, right? The kind of people who go in and grab, the curries or the bread in a can. Do you all know this? Do you all know this? It's the strangest thing in the world. Bread in a can. Oh boy. Yep, there it is. you find the cranberry at Thanksgiving that comes in a can, kind of weird. Bread in a can. And so it's not just bread in a can. There's other food as well, but it gives cover people want to take this kind of thing. And the president, who's a very, very different person than us, was insistent initially that this would lead to abuse, right? People would just take advantage of the locker, and I encouraged NOMS to argue, and she did, that it's okay to have abuse of these systems if it allows the people who have need to be able to take the things they need without as much exposure and shame. And she argued this, and the dean, the president, was very unhappy, suggesting that she was like pushing for a kind of immoral setup. But he finally went with it. He finally went with it and said, fine, you go and do as you want to. And so, yeah, it's been a great addition to the school, and it's a really, really nice thing that the students have. And we still have food insecurity. There are still people who will come to the president's office and say, hey, I can't pay for food, or go to the counselors and say the same. And now instead of having to say, go fill out this paperwork, they can say, hey, this building, third floor, this corner, just get something. So it's cool. How do they make sure it's actually not spoiled? So the majority of the food in there is preserved food. It's not fresh food. Now, ideally, we'd have in there veggies and all the rest. But yeah, it's mostly preserved food. There's a student worker who's assigned to the president's office, and I believe half of their time is responding to mail and so on, and then half of their time is spent restocking and checking up on the food pantries. And I believe that part of their job is to make sure that nothing is spoiled, but it gets quite a bit used. It has good turnover, and that's great. It's really great that we can make sure our students are in better shape for sure. Yeah, it's all very good, all very good. Yeah, I love free things. I don't mean like sales and so on, but I love free things that build community and respond to needs without without the formality of having to go fill out paperwork and join and so on. So many of you know like the little free library movement. I love this more than anything in the world. It makes me very, very happy. They're just little libraries where people put out books. Now, there have been cases, of course, of vandalism where people do awful things because they hate books and beauty. But number one, it allows people walking by to get access to books that they wouldn't see otherwise. It makes a neighborhood more attractive to have these little boxes out front of people's houses and businesses. And then also they often include children's books or young adult books, so that people who have kids but don't have a lot of money are able to just get things they need. I'm now going to dox myself slightly. Here we go. Let's see here. So this is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. This is a brewery I used to go to occasionally. It's called Johnny Bird. If ever in rural Nebraska, I recommend it. But yeah, it is next to a brewery and 24/7. It's this little box that people put food into. And the food is sometimes fresh food. The food is sometimes homemade food, canned food, lots of other things. And yeah, it's not the kind of thing I would think of with a brewery usually, right? Not the kind of thing I would say, oh, isn't it nice to go to the brewery for food? But it's such a great thing. And are there more photos of it? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you just see like stuff inside there. Anyway, I think it's great to support people in ways that are like right there in the community, right there available, and yeah, it's a lovely little box they made. And definitely, when we go to the brewery, from time to time, we would, bring along some cans. Every time we go shopping, we'd buy one extra can for the bird box, and it was always so cool seeing. Week by week, as we'd go back once a week or so, the cans wouldn't be there. They'd gone to someone. Now, oh, what was it? I had a can of fava beans, I believe. When I moved in with Noms, I had this can of fava beans I brought along. I didn't want to throw it out. And so eventually I said, the fava beans should go into the birdhouse food pantry. And they did, and no one took them. And so finally, as they were approaching their sell-by date, their use-by date, the guy who ran this thing gave them back to me because he knew that I put them in there. And so we ultimately made our own fava bean stew, and he said, come on, man, no one knows what those are around here. So there you go. It's a great thing, though, and if your community does this kind of thing, I hope you support it, because, yeah, in the U.S. especially, there's a lot of expectation that charity does the good work of helping people. And so, if we're going to believe that, then we should help out where we can, for sure, if we don't have state support. Enough about that. Very good, very good, very good. The worst thing in a can was a breakfast in a can, including eggs, bacon, sausage, and beans. Wait, so this sounds like a British breakfast in a can. Is this what we're talking about? Is it this kind of thing? Wow. I mean, in some measures it looks like just a stew, possibly. Huh. What else comes in cans? I probably don't want to do this search, but here I'm going to do it. Weirdest canned foods. Hey, Brandito, good seeing you. Hello, Shag. Oh, yes. Definitely the canned whole chicken. Have any of you ever had canned whole chicken? Because I definitely have not, and this image upsets me quite a bit, but hey, if you like meat, there you go, canned whole chicken. That's a thing. Horse meat, obviously. Apple alligator Cajun style. So some of these things are pretty obviously made for the jokes, right? Some of them are probably things like, give pork brain with milk gravy to someone. Korean silkworms in a can. The unicorn meat, exactly. The unicorn meat is obviously ha 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 jokes. You give it to your buddy, but like ox tongue. Ox tongue is eaten commonly in the UK, right? It's something that I've never had. Tongue sounds incredibly tough to me, and it's one of these muscles that is constantly getting worked out. So I don't know. I don't know. How big is the can? It's a question, yeah. I don't know. We need bananas for scale, obviously, for all these things. You wouldn't say ox tongue is common here. Okay. Where is ox? Wait, isn't there ox tail, maybe? All right, let's see here. There's some canned soup involving ox parts. There we go. Heinz Classic Oxtail Soup. This is commonly eaten in the UK, correct? This is a UK thing, I think. I think it's one of the original Heinz ones. Oxtail soup is good. Okay. Does oxtail actually include oxtails? Like, what is an oxtail? It's the tail of cattle. Is that what a tail looks like? Fritz? Where are you, Fritz? I've never seen a cut tail before. Interesting. And so, like many other meats, you eat the meat around, then leave the bone inside. Is that a bone? I don't know. It's common with oxtail and pho also. Interesting. I love seeing how different cultures take up the same kinds of parts and produce them into their own unique dishes with spicing and different braising and so on. Yeah, fascinating stuff. Know very little about that, but okay. Apparently, the ox tongue is not common here. Interesting. I really want to look at like the anatomy of cattails. So yesterday when Nam was talking about like gruesome cooking in movies, this is what she means, right? The person who thinks there's no animal cruelty in the show doesn't look at this and say animal cruelty on a plate. That's what she was pointing to. Gruesome cooking, so called. Who knows? All right, here we go. So cat tail anatomy, because I've never felt meat around the cat's tail. I feel like fur and skin, and then immediately bone, I thought. But maybe there is some meat on it also. Okay, at least this image shows there is some muscular tissue. Huh. It's so cool seeing this kind of thing. Like, the standard lie, of course, is that we have a sneaky skeleton inside all of us, but or spooky skeleton all of us. But I love seeing like the way in which we and animals are able to move. It's pretty cool. How do I think that tails move? On the one hand, I never really thought about it. On the other hand, I think I assumed that something here did the work. And it was fine grain enough movement that it would flick in the way it needed to. But like I said, I've never actually thought about this in any serious way. So, I don't know. Interesting. Yeah, not that I plan to eat Fritz by any means, but now that I've thought of oxtails as food, I do kind of wonder. You just wonder about the world. That's all I should say here. A Mexican friend had to have a beef tongue taco. Yeah, back when I was a youngster and eating meat regularly, there was a Mexican burrito store near to my hometown. Can I find it? Let's see here. Hometown, as many of you know, Elgin, Illinois. Looking for, is like Azteca de Oro, possibly? Azteca de Oro! It's permanently closed. What is wrong with you? Oh, no. My father would take me here after dental appointments, I believe. Oh, that's a shame. Everything changes, baby. That's a fact. You have any images, though? May I see your images? Feels bad, man. So these giant burritos, yeah, really big burritos. Anyway, the important part of the story is they would serve like burritos and tacos with a lots of parts of the body that I didn't expect to see ever. So things including like brain, tongue, intestines, all of this. And when I was like a youngster, I very much wanted to just be weird. And so I tried these, and they were surprisingly, once I could get over this is not a normal part of food that I eat, it was surprising. It was surprisingly good for what it was. So I didn't go into like, let's eat brain now with the expectation of it being like a standard rump roast or something. Instead, it's just a different kind of taste. So, yeah, I know. I think if you're into eating meats, try the meats. They're interesting. It's a cultural question, which parts to eat and which parts not to eat. And don't worry, you won't get prions. You wouldn't dare. As a raising farm boy, you saw a lot of surprising stuff for the city people. Hey, city people don't like thinking those thoughts. City people like thinking the thoughts of the grocery store. Comes to the grocery store, the end, thank you. I'm sad this place closed down, though. I'm actually really quite sad about this. It's one of these things I've not thought about in years and years and years, and I would probably never go there again, but yeah, at the same time, things are different than they were, and that's not okay. When was the last review? Oh, did it die during COVID? 7 years ago. 7 years ago was pre-COVID, I believe. So, all right. Friends, let's go and do the word of the day. It's time for the word of the day. Here we go. There we go. Permeate. Word of the day is permeate. Do you know permeate? If so, why? If no, N, etc. Going back in history, it's crazy how much of a carcass humans find a use for. I mean, the fact, though, of course, is it's not just the stereotypically Native Americans who find uses for corpses and carcasses. We do also, right? It's not just the respectful Native Americans took care of the animal, treated it well by giving it respect and using every part. I mean, capitalism does the same, of course. Nothing wasted, everything used. I'll look into rendering plants for more on that, certainly. All right, permeate is to pass or spread through something. The scent of lilacs permeated the room. A feeling of anxiety permeated the office as everyone rushed to meet the deadline. To pass or spread through something. I'm surprised there's not a little more explanation here. Usually there's a fuller definition, but the etymology paragraph will surely tell us a lot more. And I do not know the etymology offhand here. This is the shortest one ever. Permeate was borrowed into English in the 17th century from Latin permeatus, which comes from the prefix per, meaning through, and the verb miare, meaning to go or to pass. Miare hasn't exactly permeated English. Aside from permeate itself, its other English descendants include the relatively common permeable, as well as the medical meatus, meatus. This word is used for the penis in nursing talk, a natural body passage, and the downright rare irredeemable, offering no possibility of return. Irredeemable is like irredeemable, I assume. Not the best do you know ever. Yeah, not the best do you know ever by any means. Usually there's like some cute little story involving 1990s music, and that feels very, very good. Did the dictionary ever respond to my message? Yes, we emailed the dictionary on stream maybe 2 weeks ago. They responded the next day. We asked, could we interview them about how they make these little did you know? And we got back instead an email about the way in which they're made by a wide variety of people, etc., etc. And gotta say that right here, it is heartbreaking to me that we didn't get a nice story today. That's fine, though. At least we learned about the meaning of meatus, which, again, is used in particular ways in particular fields. Name that synonym. Fill in the blanks to complete. A synonym of permeate. What is similar to permeate here? I assume 3 2, 1. Think, 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 think. I think it's probably transfuse. Probably transfuse the word to permeate, to go through, to fill. Is that right? Is that right? What do we got here? It is transfuse indeed. Used primarily to talk about blood, of course, and other bodily fluids, but can be used more generally to just diffuse into things. Resorty's words, transfuse the internet at this moment. Something like that, very good. Let's do the redactyl. Let's do the redactyl. Let's do the redactyl. Friends, the redactyl today is beginning with just one word blank. What's the word? Put it on the YouTube if you want to. Put it on the Twitch. Anywhere you want to put a word, I appreciate it. Hey, Maronia, it's good seeing you. Maronia, thank you for the Prime sub. Keep that thing going. I appreciate it a whole bunch. And, yeah, nice channel to spend the Prime on, I suppose. Good to see you indeed, my friend. And thank you for the kindness as always. All you nice subscribers, I appreciate it. Here we go. Mongols. Not today, unfortunately. The word blank. There are no blanks here, I say confusedly. Scandium. Some of these days, not today though. Empire. There we go. None of those. Hello to you. How we roll Ewan. For the week that is in it, green. For the week that is in it, green. For the week that is in it, green. Are you guessing green? There's one green. Sorry, I was very confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Green, though. There you go. Species. 4 of those. System. There's none of those. Theory. None of those. Breakfast. None of those. Europe. 4 of those. Latin. We got 1 of those. Sweden. We got 7 of those. Tool, none of those. Language, 1 of those. Atom, none of those today. Electronic, we have none of those. Vegetable, 14 vegetables. Kipitlov, well done on that one. Well done indeed. Trust, none of those. Potato, 11 of those. Anatomy, none of those. Upright. You're an upright, upstanding person for sure, Shay. Habitat, none of those. Anatomy, we just did a moment ago, I apologize. Norway, 5 Norways. Then comparison, 0. Mammal, 0. Waffeldagen, don't know what that means. Typed it wrong anyway. Waffeldagen? Waffle something? There's Haagen-Dazs, no idea. Parsnip, none. Food, 10, good job. North, 5 Norths. Wolf, 0 wolves. Pickled, nothing pickled today. Root, oh boy, it's a root vegetable. Friends, is it a bulb? Is it a tuber? Or is it a corm? Or a rhizome? Can you remember those? That was yesterday's big topic. I don't remember them at all. Diet, there's 1 diet. Discover is none of those. Herb, none of those. Turnip, 27 turnips. Is it a rhizome? There's no rhizomes. Is it rhubarb? Delicious, but no. Is it Linnaeus himself? I think it's spelled this way in English, maybe. Asian, none of those. Linnaeus spelled this way instead. Still none of those. Is it a tuber? There's no tubers. Root. There's some roots there. That earlier thing. Grow. There's 2 grows. Beet. Root. 2 of those. The humble carrot. 9 of those. What else we got here? American. 2 of those. Parsnip. I think I did. I did indeed. Beetroot stew. 5 stews. American. Got an American there. Well done. Allium. None of those. Ginger. None of those. Ginger, I think, is a rhizome. Rutabaga, I think I did. I did not. Well done, Odd Blue Turnip. If someone said this earlier, I apologize. Unfortunately, a lot of vegetables came in at once. But Rutabaga wins. GG, well played. Grulion, you did say it. I'm sorry. Yeah, once I got like multiple carrots and parsnips and potatoes and it became very hard to remember which one was which. I said like we did rhubarb, but not rutabaga. Very sorry indeed to Long time ago. Correct guesses as always. All right, here we go. The rutabaga, or swede, not sure, is a root vegetable, a form of Brassica napus, which also includes rapeseed. Other names include the Swedish turnip, the neep, and turnip. However, elsewhere, the word turnip refers to the related white turnip. So I believe in American English we say turnip for white turnips and rutabaga for like purplish ones, I think. Purple, brown, something like that. Rutabaga roots are eaten as human food. I love that phrase so much. I understand they're distinguishing from animal feed, but they could have just said food and I'd feel okay. Regardless, rutabaga roots are eaten as human food in various ways. And the leaves can be eaten as a leaf vegetable. The roots and tops are also used for livestock, fed directly in the winter or foraged in the field during the other seasons. Scotland, northern and western England, Wales, the Isle of Man, and Ireland have a tradition of carving the roots into lanterns at Halloween. Americans tend to use the noble pumpkin instead. Delightful pumpkins. Have you all seen this? I made you see this before. It's not Halloween time, but the earliest known jack-o'-lantern. You find it here? Yeah, there he is. There he is. There he is, right there. Oh boy. So Americans are used to this kind of thing right here. Spooky, spooky, kinda cute. So apparently these are more commonly made in other places. And then the Smithsonian here, the carved turnip to ward off dark spirits. If your child created something like this and said, "Look, mommy, I made a jack-o'-lantern," would you believe that the child was possessed? They're incredibly creepy. Incredibly creepy indeed. And, I mean, I love that someone made it. And more than that, I love that I love it's preserved. It's actually a plaster cast of the same, though. Plaster cast there. Waffeldagen is Waffle Day, celebrated in Scandinavia around the Feast of the Annunciation. Oh, that makes me want to raise a question. I think it's called All Day Breakfast Tokyo. World Breakfast All Day. Okay, one second. I need to see if they're doing waffles this place tomorrow. We'll definitely be going there for breakfast. Here we go. What month is it? What month is it at Taste the World? They're currently doing... Oh, looks so good. Looks so good, doesn't it? They're currently doing the great nation of Finland. Finns, is this what you eat? Finns, is this your food? Look, it's Finland! They mentioned the local embassies. So the Finnish embassy and then the sponsor, in this case Finnair, make up a Finnish meal for Japanese people to go eat and learn about the country. So now I could possibly go get a Finnish meal, but I don't know what those are. Those are eggs. I like eggs. Or we can do the normal all-day breakfast. Oh, that's the Finnish one. I apologize. What's that? Laskiapura. Huh. I don't like whipped cream that much. Noms loves it, though. Finnish coffee. Here's the normal ones. That American breakfast right there looks incredibly good. It's a Swedish semla. 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 Cool. It's like a pea soup, possibly. It's here. Pea soup with bacon, eaten for lunch on Thursdays. Oh, I love other cultures. Eaten for lunch on Thursdays in Scandinavian school lunches and company cafeterias. Why only on Thursdays? That is delightful. And then what are these? Like, these are large mushrooms. It's called Karjalan Pirtkara, maybe. Milk porridge wrapped in rye dough and topped with eggs and butter. Wow. Milk porridge and rye dough. I can't even imagine those things. Can't imagine those things. And then, yeah, the English breakfast and the American breakfast. Yeah, this looks like a plate you get at Denny's, absolutely perfectly. And I know for a fact that this was created with the assistance of the American Embassy in Tokyo, which I find so delightful. So, it is definitely like cultural export. Definitely, soft power at play here. The English breakfast lacking. What's it need? What else should be in there? Like instead of an angry message. So on a lot of these things, they're the best that can be done in Tokyo for a reasonable price. Because $18.50 here for an American breakfast is probably like $13 or $14. Used to be more, but still. Black pudding and more mushrooms. The blood pudding. Yeah, I wonder if blood puddings are just not made here and it'd be too much bother for them to make it. There's a sausage in the middle, it looks like, but a classic English morning meal eaten since the British Industrial Revolution. Love that. Yeah, and the sausage is pork sausage. That's pork is the more common meat here than beef throughout. Anyway, fascinating stuff. Maybe for breakfast tomorrow I'll have one of these. Though it's not the thing you all mentioned. What did you mention? Waffle Day. Is there a waffle restaurant in Tokyo? There must be. Welcome to research I should be doing off stream. But here you go. I'm hungry, so here we go. Waffle Con? I'm sorry, what? Waffle Con? What is this? What are you? Do we have images here? Images here, possibly? These are all the places this thing runs. Give me the Waffle Con again. I want pictures. So they're waffle sandwiches, it looks like. This place looks a little bit like fast cash, possibly. We don't want that. A little sit-down place instead. Waffle Cafe Orange. The best waffles in Tokyo. Honey Toast Cafe Akihabara. I don't want this, though. I don't want, like, messy. I want plain old American waffles. All right, maybe I'll have to get a waffle maker. How much does the waffle maker cost? I'm sorry, team. I know it's video game time. I know we're sitting in the trick shot directory, but let's see here. Waffle iron. Friends, there's an ad break coming. After it's done, I promise to play a video game. I promise. All right, so I believe the Japanese word for waffle really is just wafu-ru. I may need to go find the correct characters. Okay, let's see if we can find the correct characters this way. So Belgian waffles, they don't have the characters. All right, 1 second. I need to make sure that it is correctly translated just waffle. I can do the characters, but need to know for sure. Japanese, where are you? Hello, Japanese. Waffle, wafuru, double F they want there. That's pretty close, though. Pretty close indeed. All right, so if we do this, excellent. If I have like maker, what do we got? Hey, there we go. We found it. We found it. So one waffle for like $24 or so. We get the bigger one, makes 2 at a time over a fire. So we have a, what's it called? Like a gas oven, I suppose. So I think an electric one might be better than this kind of thing, which is made for a campfire, surely. Oh, taiyaki makers. You can make the little fish yourself. These are a common children's treat in the summer. They're filled with hot beans often, and they look like fish. All right. I believe I've done enough shopping on stream today. Goodness. What's this? Official waffle and hot sand baker? What do you mean hot sand baker? Oh, it's hot sand. It's sando. It's sando, sandwichi, not sand. All right, fine. I was deeply confused. I was making waffles and then also making like artwork out of sand. Yeah, but sando or sandwichi is how that's said in Japanese usually. All right, we're fine. I need a throne so chat can send me random things. What's a throne? When you say I need a throne, I think of like giant chair time. And while I probably do need a giant chair, I don't know how it would help us here. Not quite sure. Throne. Throne's a website. All right, very good. Let's see if it helps on search here. Throne website. The wish list for creators. Oh. Okay, this is one of those like, send me gifts. Send me a pair of clothing that I will show on stream. Okay, so I'd like put on there, send me a waffle iron. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I'm aware of the idea, though. Aware of the idea, and yeah, probably not for me. Probably not for me. I just, there aren't enough things I actually want, right? Exactly. I don't have a lot of space here also. But it's so infrequent that I say to myself, oh, I want this thing, enough that I will buy it, let alone, yum, 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 send me presents. It's just not for me. Just not for me, unfortunately. So, thank you for the idea, but let your fans support you. It feels so strange. Do you all feel comfortable with that word? Because I do not. Like, are you my fans? Is that what's happening here? Fans. Oh. What's the definition of fans? I need the noun, please. May I have the noun, please? A person who has strong interest in or admiration for a particular person or thing. I don't think anyone admires me. I think admire is a very, very strong word. I think, like, I don't know, a person who politely tunes in, says hello, and then is amused by the shenanigans. I don't know. It's a weird word. It's a weird word for sure. All right, we're changing directories, friends, to first play. Let's deduce. Very good. And the game we're playing today is called the Roottrees. I don't know, team. I don't want to discuss this pose. This topic feels bad suddenly. A loyal viewer, I suppose. You like watching me but not admiring me. Behold, I am Resorty. Behold, look at my beard. Behold. I don't know. Are there other definitions of the word fans? If I go to like the word of the day site, could it please be anything other than this? Let's see here. Fan noun. Okay, look. Just give me fan. I'll find it eventually. I'll find it. Okay. I don't mind this so much. Enthusiastic devotee. Enthusiastic devotee feels better because many of you show up regularly. Many of you are devoted to 8:30 a.m. We say hello to the strange man in Tokyo. This feels better. Fan is for fanatic. Devotee is religion. I agree with that. I can definitely, I mean, number one, of course the religion, we have certain rituals, we have a place of meeting, a time of meeting, I should become tax deductible. But yeah, if you can have a secular understanding, meaning just a person who is regularly involved with, that's better. Oh, maybe I should try to like have a more fan relationship here. Let's see. Oh, hello, little people. Here to hear me sing again? Well, have I got news for you? Tonight, a very, very special show. You know how great it is to be right here in with people like you. You, of course, are my favorite place to play. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Let me close the Trick Shot Simulator and open the game of the day. Yeah, I just can't do it. The whole creator thing is outstandingly narcissistic. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know what word to use. Like, I think of myself as just like video game player guy who happens to present it online and people say hello occasionally. But I understand that I do more than just play my video game. Entertainer. Yeah, I think entertainer is better for me. Also, man, the music in the game is so good. It's excellent for setting the vibe of a little mystery here. We're working on a mystery. Is the game flashing for you all also? It flashed 3 times, I believe. It's not flashing on the main game screen. It is flashing. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second here. Gotta fix this thing. If I capture it in a different way, that'll probably fix it. Let's see. I think that'll fix it. I think that will fix it, maybe? We'll see in a moment. If it keeps flashing, it's sort of unwatchable, so I don't know. You consider me a video game host. I mean, when I first started the stream, years and years and years ago, I had a conversation with a person who was going to help me make it big. Or this person messaged me, I probably had like 3 viewers. He's like, I see in you the seeds of a great streamer. And it was strange. And I don't know what he was going for. He wasn't selling me anything in particular, at least as far as I could tell. He was like helping new streamers. And he asked me this question of like, what would you compare your intended stream to? Think of anything else in the world that you have done or seen or liked. What will your stream be like? And I said, I guess I could imagine it's like a cafe where people come to hang out, and I say like, hey man, how's it going? Can I get some coffee? This kind of thing. That's partially because I'm most comfortable in cafes among the various public things in the world. And so I think that, you know, if one says, I like going to X cafe, one wouldn't say I'm a fan of that cafe. I'm a regular customer of the cafe, maybe? I don't know, something like that. And so I think that's the kind of relationship I've implicitly been going for all the way through. Now, I recognize, like, radio host, TV host is what it's become, right? As there are more of you, I can't sit on the table and chat with you about your day and say, hey, how's the puppy dog doing? And how's work, right? And I'd like to do in a more cafe setting, but I don't know. We've become overly meta. We're looking at ourselves. Let's stop that straight away and get back to our game. Now, if you didn't see this one last week, it is so good. But wait. Sorry. This TV host forgot he was going to look up one more thing. I told a student I would look this up on stream, and so we're doing it right now. What's this thing? Oh, I have new inventory items. How fun. It's called, I believe, 7 Days to End With You. My student said that this game might be very good for stream, and he's enjoying it so very, very much. The opening video is 1 minute and 7 seconds long. Let's watch it so I can tell my student I did so, and we'll decide here, is it any good? I open my eyes, see a stranger leaning against my bed. I can't understand a word, not anything about myself. My memories, they're gone. Remembering the words one by one should help me understand them. What meaning should I remember? Big sad. To know a language, know the world, and finally know you. 7 days to end with you. Okay, I told the student I'd show it. What do you think, team? Number 1 for, this is anime trash, do not play it. Number 2 for, this looks interesting for a Variety Saturday game. Words are fun. So is the overwhelming issue anime trash or words are fun? Alright, we got a lot of 2s. It's big sad. Is it actually big sad? I can get my Kleenex. But yeah, it seems to be a game where you, like in Chance of Sonar, you try to identify things that are words, but you don't fully understand how they're words. Now, I'm very curious, will I do the work of determining how words fit together? Or instead will it be like, I point at something and my character magically discovers what the words are? I don't know. No Man's Sky did this right. Wait, does No Man's Sky have a does No Man's Sky have a learn a language thing? I don't recall that at all. This is not a stream game. Abernathy, why is it not a stream game? Is it just like not fun for a viewer to see nothing happening? Is it too slow possibly, or what's going on exactly? My student who does watch it frequently said this is the kind of game that you nerds are into. The relationship built between the two characters built on words you interpret. These games are owned by Snoot and Mimi the Sora. So Snoot, of course, is a fellow streamer. I can go ask them if they, if they played this game and how it would stream well. We'll see. Interesting though. Klaus wants to know, have I bought Power Wash Simulator yet? I don't remember. Apparently I have not yet purchased it because I can't decide if it would be a good stream game, right? I find this very relaxing, very enjoyable to clean things up and to see the progress, but is it a good game for streaming? Like, will it be a good game if I can find other things to talk about? So if I load myself up with stories beforehand, there's a lot to say. And apparently there's like lots of DLCs as well. This is a SpongeBob SquarePants. It's a yap game for sure. That's a great phrase. So yap game through and through. I don't mind that. As many of you know, like if I can get a topic going, I can just keep going forever. Real life power washing stream instead. So because the winter's ending here, there's a little bit of like mud, dirt, grime on our small sidewalk area outside. And also there are some weeds that have sprung up I need to pull out. So I guess it's the case that it'd be very easy to move my camera over to the window, which is right here. And it would look out on my little work area. So we could have a gardening stream, I suppose. Do we need a gardening stream, possibly? I don't think so. This shows too much of my body. I'm not comfortable with that, of course. Dogs, good night. Good seeing you. And thank you for the good luck to Wrexham. Hopefully we win at midnight tonight. All right. Question also of, what was it? World of Horror. I do not know World of Horror. World of Horror is, wow. I mean, I don't like horror in general, but Junji Ito and H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, definitely not horror things for me, thank you. Definitely not feeling that this is disgusting. I'm upset already. I mean, that's made in MS Paint. Delightful indeed. But we'll probably not be doing that. You recommend Some of the Seas. You're not the first person to do so. It could be a Saturday game, absolutely. And then, I don't know if y'all were here last week or so. We found this wheel of Steam games. And apparently this thing has every single Steam game loaded into it. And you roll, also the little anime girl says, "Good morning, senpai." And it gives you a Steam game you might consider. Also, with a little like cute anime song. This game is called Rise of Ages. GG's score of 23 out of 100. 23 out of 100. Rise of Ages is a sandbox game allowing you to explore, build, found cities, make wars, and evolve technologies to reach the highest level of civilization and then travel to other planets. The game begins in prehistory and advances ages one by one as the player evolves. See, it could be really fun. It could be really interesting or horrible to one stream, maybe a Saturday stream, say, we're going to use the random picker, and as long as it's not too expensive, play whatever game comes up. Because that one at least looks familiar. Yes, indeed, it's like Terraria, but It'd be interesting to see what games we get and how strange of a stream it would become. I don't know. Did I play the Golden Idol games? I have not, but they've been recommended as similar to ones I like so much. Number 2 here is Ord Up. Has no score. It's a puzzle game where the purpose is to create words from falling letters. There's also an alternative mode where numbers and operators must be combined in a way to meet a target number. Huh. So it's like Tetris with letters. This requires a kind of thinking that does not immediately feel relevant, or not immediately feel like accessible to me. Like, I know how Tetris works. I know how making works work. But making words at work, there we go. This is so different. So different indeed. This idea makes me smile. I'm going to say if it costs less than $5, I might buy it right now. It's $2. It's $2. It's similar to the Roottrees Are Dead. That's not true. This looks really, really cool, though. Next Saturday, we'll probably play this game. Let's go and pull one more. One more right now, we'll see. You started playing Out of the Park Baseball again. J-Bot, we're probably playing that on Monday. Probably playing the Out of Park Baseball on Monday. Last one for now. I'm just curious about the world. Some people have made these things. This one's called Doll Cart. 54 out of 100. Doll Cart. Drive your ragdoll through an infinite number of... What is this? Drive your ragdoll through an infinite number of difficult tracks against time in single player, your friends in split screen, and the randoms online. It looks vaguely like Crash Test Dummies. But yeah, the problem, of course, is infinitely many tracks means you're going to get some pure garbage, unfortunately. $3 for this one. Has actual driving physics from SIPS SP4. Yeah, if we were doing a true random stream, a day when we were going to like try whatever games come up, that'd be fun to play for a few moments, I believe. All right, last one, I swear. Last one. I'm so sorry. This is addictive to me in the same way that like trading card games are. Break Bounds Exile. See, and then like eventually you hit the like you've won no money, womp womp womp, failure, game over. And when I get an anime game, that's how I feel. Anime games are the game over portion. This is an This is an interactive story game. Players take on the role of a legendary character in a near realistic sci-fi set world, unlocking the great mysteries hidden about the world and the character himself through dialogue with others, psychological analysis, environmental exploration, and combat. Wow. A lot of very fast-moving things. A lot of earrings. $10, too expensive, obviously. Fascinating. All right, enough of that nonsense. I apologize. We're here to see video games today. We're not here to see random anime games. That said, I was just reminded of, what's it called? Osu? Osu? Is that the game where you, like, push the buttons very fast? I'm very bad at that game. I don't even find it fun to watch, honestly. I don't enjoy it even a little bit. But it has really good music. Like, there's certain, like, anime soundtracks that I find very enjoyable. Just learning them without, seeing all the dross is a bit of an issue. All right, team. Here we go. The point of this game is to discover the genealogy of a very wealthy family over, I think, 5 generations. The most recent group have died, unfortunately, in an airplane crash. It's a matter of discovering the inheritance discovering who gets the inheritance. You do this by looking at the genealogy tree, and then by using various modes of research to figure out who is who and how they fit together. Noticing just now there are clickable things I didn't use previously. Like, what's this? The Notorious Montjoys. This is a series of genealogy. I wonder if I'll ever need it, but the Montjoy family and the Bunyan family came together. Big Bubbles Montjoy. No idea at all. Here's the Riot Girl. I don't know who I am. Maybe we're truly learning of ourselves in this game. And then over here I have a radio. May I put on different music? Oh, the game's muted. I apologize. A little music in the background will be okay. Here we got some books you want to? From Alphabet Davis Secret Searcher to the Reversus to Family Doku. A lot of books about how to do research and to learn about alphabets. Fascinating. Tunes to Sleuth by, I like that. Alright, what on earth was I doing? So, right now we're working on finding famous people in the family and using them as anchor holds, I suppose, as we attempt to build together what's going on. So, we've learned the two founders of the candy company, the paterfamilias Elias, his wife Gwyneth Anderson, who owned the land on which the candy company was built. We have to discover 3 more blood relatives and ferret them truly and correctly in order to open... No, we can't open this. This requires the entire family tree. But I believe you get other hints occasionally as you open more and more. So we have a list of names that we can focus on for right now. Gwyn and Red and Jim and Lauren and Miracle Jr. Now, Miracle Jr. is a televangelist. They're over here. So we found Miracle Jr. and Miracle the Third. We know there's a miracle because this person, Miracle Roottrees the First, and his wife were very, very old when producing him. So he's called a miracle. He then became a preacher, a televangelist, that kind of thing, and then passed it on to his son, though I believe the preacher was a bit of a con man. And so his son is trying to reclaim the family name by doing more televangelism. But we're hoping that's right there. As we finished that one just yesterday, I believe. And we could probably find more photos of him as time goes by. We had to add photos here and there, but not yet. So let's look at the other names we have and figure out what can be done. That said, why did Miracle not show up as being completed? The other ones are all marked out. Well, let's look for Gwyn and see what we find. So on the table here, this person is Gwyn Roottrees. So we have one picture of someone we could put somewhere. How old she is, where she's from, I'm not quite sure. The other things here are unrelated to that. And so let's go look for Gwyn and see what we can learn all about. To the computer then! We're already logged in, unfortunately. So who is Gwyn Roottrees? First bit of knowledge. A website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Not well organized, the search function's broken. Here are some pages though. Gwyn Roottrees. Are we going to make a tab for her in our big book? So I have this thing called the junk pile. And the junk pile is just bits of facts of people here and there that I don't quite know how they're all going to fit together. That said, Carl here, which is the person who died just recently, we should most likely move items about him on over. And I don't know how effective it is to copy and paste things. Like, is there a way to copy and paste? Like a move to page would be very, very useful. I click here, I can edit and then probably copy that with a Control C. Then is there a way to make Carl on Carl's page? I don't see a way to add a note per se. It's by typing in, like this is, Carl. Maybe I thought that I should have a separate page for each character. You saw a button labeled copy. Did you actually? Am I actually the blind person here? So I think the copy is... I just missed it, I guess. Button says copy. I think maybe my mouse are copied over. I do that. If I do it on this, though, can I do the same thing? Hey, I can. Awesome, thank you. Now, does that copy what I want? No, it only copies the name so you can search it, not in the tab I wish it were. Well, we'll do this eventually. Disorganization is the name of the game, unfortunately, for Old Resorty right now. Alright, so Gwyn Roottrees, I want to add a new person that is she. That is her. Put on a new page. This is going to be the Gwyn Roottrees page. Cool. So, active in 1950s. So probably the photo we have is from then. Often in tabloids, especially at a time for highly publicized divorce. Alright, so divorced, publicized. And we have movies, Guys Like Us. Hey, we're also going, so films. Hopefully you enjoy the sound of typing, unfortunately. Like Us. Christmas Mission. Okay. Cool. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which would add to the evidence. Did you know she is this big granddaughter of President One? Okay. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's name. So, what happened there? President Me. I got distracted, unfortunately. So we edit this one to say President One instead. Daughter of Elias. President One. Okay. This will probably show us at least a little bit about where she might fit inside of the family tree. Want to look up these two movies, certainly. We'll look up her divorce if possible. For the moment, we'll go back to the big page. So, we know that here's the main line. So, which of the grandchildren are famous? This one or this one. On neither one do you have an indicator of who the daughter and who the son might be. Divorce. Divorce! We found divorce. Very good. So this is Gwyn then. We need to take out of her photo. Hello, Gwyn. I see your head. There we go. And I thought we got a behind the scenes photo also. But I'm not seeing it right now. We'll find it later. Very good. The music's getting a little bit loud. Let me turn it down just slightly. I know I turned it up in-game, and I'll go down a bit. Fantastic. Back to the big board. So you are Gwyn. Nice. Your name is Roottrees. G is for Gwyn. There we go. She's an actress. I guess actor is used there. We got another 6 in. More blood relatives are good, or 3 more. Booyah! A bunch of things added. Fantastic. 9 in total done now. Great. Alright,
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
So this person is the one who hired us to figure it all out. For metagaming reasons, I believe that she is the one who believes she's owed the inheritance. We don't know who she is yet.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Alright, she found a bunch of evidence for us to help us put things together more from the father's office.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
9 more we need. Alright, lots more coming in. Look at our new evidence, though. Number 1, Vote for Stephanie Jones for city council. Buried under a ton of mail that Carl left in his inbox, and a handwritten note attached that seems personal. It's a file about a local candidate named Stephanie Jones. So I'm going to assume immediately that the fair-skinned person is probably a Roottree by birth. That said, there's been such a focus on blood relatives are all that matter that I wonder if there could be adopted children also. But take the photos for now. Okay. Here's something about our campaign. She may have grown up in an unconventional family, but is still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own around Christmas, her message for voters is simple. Love is our future. The note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you talk to your girls about putting a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. So presumably this person is the daughter of someone of the same era, if not same age, as the #1 president. So to the big board then. So she wants the support of the kiddos. And so it's probably someone in this generation somewhere. She said she grew up in an unusual family. So I wonder, like, is this unusual with multiple breakups? We also know there's now tension between unknown CM and Carl. I'm going to go to a list of names and see if there's a CM listed. It might be a CM Roottrie per se. Well, there's Candy and Carly Roottrie. Carl Ipse is not here. The CM could also be a guy, of course. Alright, so maybe Clancy Jr. is a C, but there's no obvious CM right now. But it could also just be a person like in the M's. Yeah, there's no CM there. Let's look at the women's. What could be Carolyn Morden, whoever that is. That's a CM I need. CM I see, but that's that for right now. Okay, what's this one? This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back photos, couldn't make the reunion with you. Wishing you the best from Paris, from Gwyn and the boys. We have 3 photos, probably the sons of Gwen. Do we know who Gwyn is yet? Remembering which names they have done. So that's Gwyn there. So I'm guessing then that this is Gwyn as well. And then the boys are probably these two. I don't know which is which yet, because we don't know about marriage, unless there's probably a ring on one of their fingers. Let's check and see. No obvious rings. There's some, I think the words film school are on that coat. Alright, so Gwyn and the boys, which one's which though, question mark. Next up. This photo was tucked inside the envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the coroner's office. I should pause this point and say, there's valuable evidence in all of these narratives. This is called the Shiva candle, so probably a Jewish ritual. And I should be taking notes on all of this, but I'm just going to keep it all in mind as best I can and come back as needed. To Carla and Brenda, I'm sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay respects, but it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. So Carl's family, we don't know what religion, but non-Jewish, and some other part of the family, including Ernie, who might have been a president also, is Jewish. Ernie was a man of love, not only for his family legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl was carried on from his taking over. So Ernie presumably is the 4th president of the company. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing from panic and the burden of endless bills. Though he caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, all right, so probably kidney failure, the company took care of us beyond our wildest dreams. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and there was no coincidence that it happened shortly after a visit Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We would have never done that without the two of you fighting for us. Last time we learned that the trust is the method by which the family pays out money consistently to those blood relatives who are not working for the candy company, I believe. We've learned here, though, that Ernie and Debbie are married, and probably the daughter, Nicole, is their child. So maybe a one-child member of the family fairly close by to here. So one of these, maybe. There's a lot going on. So Ernie and Brenda, that's all we know for now. So new pager. The new page is going to be Ernie. So married to, I'll start with the more obvious things. Fourth president, question mark. Fairly just true. Died of question mark, needed organ transplant. Jewish, married to Brenda, daughter, Nicole. Is, I'm pretty sure I know for sure, it's Ernie Roottrees. Okay, good. Hey, Daigle, it's good seeing you. Thank you for the resubscription. Happy Saturday. Hope the weather's nice where you are. We had a very inconsistent last week with snow and then bright sunny days and all the rest. Was helped by Carl, President 5, after resigning while sick, while ill. Snow in Tokyo? Yes, indeed. Snow in Tokyo last week. Not a huge accumulation, but there for an afternoon or so. It was nice enough. We also have the mysterious, I think it was CM, rival of Carl. Asked for assistance for politician daughter. And what was her name again? Debbie, Nicole, Bill's Jewish. Fine. So is, which one? This one? No, it was the campaign photo here. Stephanie Jones. Stephanie is from the daughter of CM. And that's in the same era as Carl's children, the big superstars. So CM, Nicole Jones' daughter, married to question mark, African American, man. I think I know the man part. Okay, Jones. So XYZ Jones. Great. Science being done. Next. Oh boy. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. This guy, I assume, is Carl? On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth M., etc., etc., etc. So this is a place where we definitely have the opportunity to get a bunch of new faces, but it's frankly excessive. We know that this person is Miracle Jr. I'm going to add that to that. But past that, I'm a little overwhelmed. We know that it's November of 1970s. We also know that Guy Hudson is a president. Okay, so new page. Guy Hudson, president. Okay, 1970s era. And there are lots of photos to get, but let's go start with those two and then come back later. So bring me Miracle Jr., they said. He's already dressed up as a televangelist here. Hello. You. And then Carl. Oh, also there's an Ernie and an Ernie Jr. I need to deal with that in a second. So Carl is... that kid. Cat. So Ernie I'm guessing is Ernie Jr. because has one child. Now, if they're repeating names of the tree that are not juniors, they have big troubles. We'll deal with that later. But Ernie, because has one child, Nicole, father likely, Ernie Sr. Feels good, feels great. Okay. Next president's name was Guy Hudson. Cool. What else do we have here? A little update on the woman coming and talk to us. We'll get more information after 9 more blood relatives. All right. So I think that's all the easy info here. There's a lot more to look into from these pictures. I'd like to return to what I was doing previously, working on Gwen here. We know she had a divorce. We know there are lots of movie information to look up on her. Her parents would be cool, etc. So, to the internet. So guys like us and Christmas Mission could be good. Can I get her divorce though? That'd be very helpful if so. You find the mention of a marriage to Wild Bill Williams. Wild Bill Williams. What do you know about him then? Okay, he was in some non-notable movies, etc. Fortune Favors the Grave. Also known for off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. Married 4 times to 4 different actresses. There's also a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party, and that she was already aware of reputation. He grew up in Paris, returned there often. So we had a photo a bit ago of movie star Gwen meeting her boys in Paris, probably with Wild Bill. Now, do we need a birth name, or is Wild Bill gonna be good enough? Alright, presumably we need a French name. What was the, Wild Bill Williams? If a Frenchman Williams would be very, very grateful. Let's see, though. There is no Williams. So we could scroll through looking for French names. Though, of course, the case that he may have had a totally ordinary non-French name, like Leroux. So these 3 strike me as being, they actually are women. It's already marked that way. Great. They're possible. Rafferty Leroux. So all Leroux so far are women. Interesting. Yeah, looking for other French names that are men. So not a 1. not a one that I see while glancing through. Now, with that said, it is possible the guy's named LaRue Jessica. Who knows? But, yeah, I'm just not sure right now. Okay. What if I search for his film Fortune Favors the Grave? Maybe we'll get his real name there. No information about the film at all. Okay, what if I look for, like, Bill Williams? Whoops. No autocorrect in this year. Wild Bill Williams. Paris? No. So nothing else seems to be here. Other than, like, let's find some blondes, maybe. Yeah, I wish that looking at Paris would help quite a bit, but no. I mean, maybe it's like France would help? No. Okay, we're going to turn then to looking at our Gwyn page. So we know the publicized divorce was from husband Wild Bill Williams. This is a stage name. Stage name. Born in Paris, ? Okay, so we understand she has 2 sons. Divorce after second birth. Okay. So return to Gwyn Roottrees. And there's another film called Christmas Mission. Okay, so old films, a page called Flops, a war movie about World War I, released in 1955 that received poor reviews and lost studio money. She had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote letters from home. The movie's marked as an incredible true story, but no record events have been found there. It didn't say that? I misread? Okay, one second. So Gwyn Roottrees divorce? Oh, before. Thank you for catching that. I completely put the wrong direction. I gotta write things down immediately. Before second birth instead. Okay, I think I looked for Guys Like Us already. Maybe not, though. I didn't, actually. Here we go. So, 53 film which 2 secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwyn Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Did you know? The title's a play on words. It can be read like that the 2 women are men similar to other men, or the men are fond of them. Guys Like Us. Clever wordplay that. Who's that Leslie Florence and Harrison Lane? Just a co-star. That's all we know. No trivia section for her. So in one show and then out of the movie business. Hopefully she's getting residuals. Harrison Lane, here we go. A television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and other films. His larger role before Guys Like Us was a villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother. This time as a hero joined the protagonist. Has no connections to Roottrees, it's a dead end. Though, he married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Last look for this one. And then we'll go to the periodicals. I think we have one business magazine and one culture magazine, maybe. Okay, dead end entirely there. Very well. In the magazines, Butler County Times. This is where we learn what happened in the county where our family lives. Is Gwyn mentioned at all there? She's only here for a little bit. She's in cast lists for movies I've mentioned before. That's all we got right there. Now, what about Wild Bill? What's the name? Is it Richardson? Keep forgetting. Williams. Wild Bill Williams. Nothing yet. We'll look in the business book also. Seems unlikely. Okay, very good. And then I don't think I have any books yet, unfortunately. So, feels like we're not going to be able to get that yet. My current hope is once we figure out who her children are, we'll be able to learn who their father is. Now, we know that the name here potentially is Williams. So, what Williams are there? There really are no Williams. Okay. Feeling dead-endy, we could make guesses, but we'll check it out. Also, I wonder what this marker means here. Is that the only one that has that? Yeah, interesting. So this X means a divorce has happened. But this kind of box we know nothing about so far. Interesting. Something special's happened there. Let's go and look at other of the well-known people so we can build up past that. So bring my list here. Red and Jim and Lauren. Let's do Red Roottrees. A fun name that. True? Yeah. I want to find Ernie Jr. eventually, but for now, Red Roottree. We'll start in the local county times. Maybe we'll get a real name off this person. A sensationalist headline from 32. So this is just after the candy company is founded, I believe. Red Roottree Raleigh racket revealed. Red Roottree Raleigh racket revealed. Red Roottree Raleigh racket revealed. One more time. Red Roottree Raleigh racket revealed. Man, Raleigh is very challenging for me. The article mentions a man named Aloysius Herring Roottree, who is running for office in North Carolina. At a campaign event, he claimed to be related to the Roottrees and promised free 5 pieces on election day to all who prove they voted. 5 pieces are the main candy of the Roottree Candy Company. With less than a day, it came out his last name was a coincidence, and they had no such power to offer free candy. So Aloysius Herring Roottree might be Red Roottree, and may not be part of the family actually. Or Red Roottree pushed someone into running under the name. Alright, so this page is going to be Red Roottree. Yeah, Red Herring is very funny, if that's the case. Absolutely about if this one's just unrelated. What fun. Real name? Is probably unrelated entirely. Ran a fake campaign in Rolla, NC. That's funny. Red Herring is very funny there. Okay, other famous folks then. I could look for them on the web also, I guess. Haven't done that yet. Aloysius Herring Roottree, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because the ambassador to Ireland for only 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for Senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company, merely a coincidence. Are there people in here who are entirely unrelated? Or no, it really is blood relatives also, only we can skip past that. Fair. Fun though. Alright, next down then. So it is Red Herring. Yeah, they put it directly. That's very cute. Red Herring. Who's Jim Roottree? Next person we got. So this part of the game has felt a little bit more like just search any word that's a noun. And I hope there's more to it than that. We haven't had to make any like inductions or deductions recently. James Roottree. Here we go. This is what we need. James Roottree. a new person. I should go and get rid of the red line, probably. Roottrees. Search for Zorkmids. I need some coin for sure. Alright, so Jim married to Diamond LaRue. Singer? Jim and Diamond. One hit wonder. Rollin' on down to the city. Rollin' on down to the city. We have a disco song, apparently. Jim's the writer, plays the guitar, and sings. Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band's never had another hit, but its fans, who called themselves Diamond's Dazzlers. I'm putting James and Diamond together, which feels reductive, but it's how it's going to go right now. So Diamond's fans are called Diamond's Dazzlers. The music is folksy and acoustic. They continue to release music through the 80s, the Cherry Tree, and the Sounds of Laughter. Alright. Sure, let's go ahead and start by looking at Diamond LaRue. The exact same article came up for that one. People look at in the periodicals, but not yet. Alright, so Jim and Diamond, their duo. They're Sonny and Cher. Exact same thing. Alright, very good. How about they're rolling on down to the city doot. The same thing. Alright, we'll look at their Diamond's Dazzlers and their 2 albums. We may get nothing else here right now. Oh, here we go. Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One mention replies that Jim and Diamond still send out yearly Christmas cards. Yearly cards to the fan club. Apparently, although it's no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether it's cool or pathetic, like receiving the yearly Resorty New Year's card to my fans. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. A 1996 included picture of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a song about a nude about his daughter's band, the Floozies, or Fluzzies possibly. A son, Wolf, daughter, singer, the Fluzzies. Okay. Look at these 2 other albums, and then we'll call that good on them. Cherry Tree, pretty general. You find a lot of results for foliage. I love if I do like Cherry Tree album instead. Cherry Tree album. Alright, released by Jim and Diamond in '95, wasn't professionally reviewed, though die-hard fans say they returned to form. Apparently so hard to find in stores, they resorted to selling cassette bootlegs. A music comment website that claims to sell the album, but it's sold at the moment. A short sample of a song called Sun. Alright, let's add the evidence. Good. Friends, an ad break is coming right now. We'll pause the game in just 1 second. I'd like to go ahead and find the other album. I don't recall what it's called. It's called The Sound of Laughter. Sound of Laughter album. Alright, check on the moment. For now, 3-minute ad break. Time to do a little bit of crossword puzzle. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me on a somewhat chill day. Also, I appear to have closed the crossword during yesterday's Let's Update all of the Let's update the Firefox. We'll have to go get that open again, hopefully. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, definitely this is the kind of game where there's probably not much opportunity for things to chat about. I appreciate seeing y'all chit-chat, but I recognize that on this one it's a lot of just sitting back, watching, and seeing me endlessly Googling. Alright, quick crossword for today. Oh, I think that the Firefox update may have stopped my extensions. And why is uBlock off? Huh. Are all of my extensions off? Okay. Back on again. I should never update anything ever again. Friends, here we go. Friday puzzle. Fingers crossed. Let's go. "13 seconds, not the best. Not the best, not the best. I should be signed in. I should be signed in. I should never make updates, it's true. It's true. Alright, we'll talk through that one in just seconds. A pretty good solve, clearly, but I don't think it could have been a new personal best for me. So, the O of BO, odor, obviously. Remember the blank Alamo, obviously. So here's where I get stuck. Word after dog or bone. Dog tired, bone tired. No way, no way. Yeah, the problem is I pushed the change direction here, and I was on Atom. And so I went forward from here, it put me at the top again. The correct move would have been, when I didn't know this, to not go to the down, but instead to go to across and down. Olive would have been better. And the other ones, very, very quickly, I got all of them, and then Atom. Yeah, that could have been probably a 10-second, I expect. I don't think it was a 9, though. Who says bone tired? I think it's a southernism in the U.S. I think my grandmother used to say it, and she was from Louisiana. Yeah, I'm bone tired. I think it's a southernism. Let's check and see, though. Let's check and see. Extremely tired. Origin? Used in the 1820s. It's one that requires having myself logged in here, unfortunately. Okay. First known use, 1912. It's used in the New York Times Review of Books in 97. That's like fancier culture, of course. Do any of you use this phrase? Bone tired? I'm nearly certain my grandmother used it. The vocabulary of East Anglia, so that's definitely UK. Bone idle is similar enough. Now, we're aware that there's overlap, significant overlap between UK English and Southern English. As I understand it, Southern American English is the closest to standard English among the US people. Tired to the bone, you've heard before. Soaked to the bone, worked to the bone. It's all that kind of thing. Just bone tired is something we don't know here. That's okay, though. Ad break is done. Welcome to another hour of me Googling things. Another hour of me being very excited about being able to put pictures on a board. Here we go. I want to make sure on the YouTube, am I actually in the right directory? Yes. On the YouTube, I am indeed, and the Roottrees are dead. Hope you're having a good time, folks. Thanks for being on the YouTube. Thanks for being on the Twitch. Thanks for being wherever you are. It's good to hang out with you today, and I hope your gaming is going well. Here's the other album. An album by Jim and Diamond released in 1989. So we learned earlier that Jim and Diamond went into, or at least Jim went into reclusion in 93. So it's just before that. But the other album may have been more recent. You can't find a picture of the cover. It doesn't appear to have been very successful. The reviews are middling, even from fans. There's some basic liner notes on a fan page. The lyrics in car, Jim, vocals are Diamond, so kind of standard there. We have some music to listen to. We have some more research to do here. We're gonna hit the periodicals real quick and see if James Roottrees still appear at all. Nothing relevant at all. Check Jim real quick. Jim Roottrees seems to have left Butler County by the time they gained notoriety. You find an article called "Former Butler County Residents Enters Disco Charts." came out right as the big hit came out. Ah! Here we go. Jim and Diamond had a 2-year-old named Candy. The writer of the article did not seem thrilled for the fact, called the name a bit too on the nose. Love it. So the daughter is Candy, and she is the elder. Awesome. Awesome. Of course, they are from a candy company. Alright, so Wolfen is the younger. I'll remember that. I think. I want to look up Diamond Roottrees. Nothing there. She kept her name LaRue. Also, I'm not sure I even looked her up yet on search, have I? Right, same pages of Jim for now. Okay, to the big board. Things to put in. Number 1. One second. we actually don't know where they fit in exactly. The one immediately to the right feels correct, because we know that... One second. Okay, we know that CM asked for help from Carl to get his daughter's political candidacy support from Carl's daughters, the big singers. But maybe that's not notable. So we know that this person has only one child, which means that we know that of the recent folks, the only other notable is you, and you are Jim Roottrees. James. And you are Diamond LaRue then. Awesome. We know then your first child was Candy LaRue. Candy Roottrees fine. And your second one was Wolf. Is that the given name? No, it is. Good. Awesome. We fit in a nice little bit here. We know that you are a singer or songwriter. Musician. There we go. Okay. Now, let's find some photos of these people. Oh, yes. Welcome to the 1970s. We can hear this music right now if we want to. Let's do it.
We're rolling on down to the sea.
Little disco. Very good. That's enough. I don't know if I need to listen to the words. Gosh, I hope not. Cool. Rollin' On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for the few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, while pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay enough attention to the lyrics to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Do you know what these places? They are places where you can roller skate with a disco ball while listening to disco music. Amazing. I've been to one time, and I stood on the side because I'm afraid of roller skating. Falling over seems terrible. Also, this reminds me of the song The Hook by Blues Travelers. Blues Traveler. You know this one? It's a song about it doesn't matter what I sing. It doesn't matter what I say as long as I sing with inflection. Right? It's a song about it does not matter what the singer sings, it's just a matter of getting people to listen. And of course, the hook, which is the part of the song that goes, the hook brings you back, is the part that reels in this listeners over and over again. So it's a song about how lousy songwriting can be. Ironically, it is the same. So, pretty good. Is a disco ball standard in a skating rink? I'm not sure. I've not been to a lot of them, so I can't offer much at all. Yeah, roller discos are a thing. They're probably popular in the 70s, I'm not sure. But it was such a product time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. The image is from an auction for a sealed copy. As a sticker that says, only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make it disco this sweet. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees, etc. So Jim and Shine On, You Crazy Diamond. Awesome. Now, son, grandson, great-grandson. So this would be son, grandson, but only one child. Huh. Now, that reviewer may be incorrect. Or maybe... Oh, it says great-grandson. I'm sorry, I can't read. I thought it said grandson. Confused myself once again. We're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, hello to you, James Roottrees. Disco guy. We don't need the Diamond LaRue photo yet. Okay. So, next easy looks here are Candy and Wolf. And we still have at least one more notable person, I believe, to deal with. So Jim is not locked in yet, so we have to add 9 more. We've not looked at Lauren yet either. Oh, there's spaces for the diamond pictures? Oh, good eye, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You are diamond. Very good, thank you. We don't have any more Jameses, at least not that I know. We know Candy's occupation. Oh, I haven't gotten down here yet. We know Candy's occupation, I just haven't done it. She's also a musician like her father and mother. Okay, we're now going to search for... No. We're going to look at the other pieces here we have. So this is the Cherry Tree album. It is an album by Jim and Diamond, and one song is called Sun. So this is about Wolf. The website you found it on did not have a full version, but you managed to find a short preview of the song's chorus.
There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone, from her starting days imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart in part, I'd never be alone. In my heart I'll always be the son of...
My heart I'll always be the son of. So it's actually not about Wolf. It's instead about Jim's relationship to his father. Whatever that father's name is it possible the son, or the son of word rhymes with alone? Because shown unknown, alone. Is there a Roottrees whose forename rhymes with alone? This feels like a strange way of doing research, but here we go. So, I guess mothers also would work. Okay, none of these names. Alone. Gwendolyn. No. Man, Roottrees. Clancy, Edward, Elias, Jack James, Robert, Ronald. I'll never be alone. I'm the son of Ronald. Alright, none of these seem to work. Oh, there was a Joan? There was a Joan? Oh, it's a Joan Monroe. We could hypothesize, or stipulate, or announce, or declare that Joan here is his mother. I was wanting to stay within the Roottrees because we don't know how anyone else fits in. It's possible that Joan is the only rhyme. Which is, you got that very, very fast. Thank you for the help on that one. Yeah. I may be able to try it, I suppose. So, Joan is a non-Roottrees. We'll see. We'll see. Joan Monroe. Someone to look into at some point. For now, though, bring me Candy Roottrees and her amazing band. Nothing there. We know her band, though, is the Floozies. They're an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier the year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she doesn't normally review the opening act, but this one was unusual. And not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians, and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and extremely unknown band with no following, their equipment was expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The reviewer said that although she bought a copy, she'd be unlikely to ever listen to it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There's no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. Oh yes, anti-imperialism, Conquistador. Exact same article. Look for Beef Baby also. Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like that, it's hard not to speculate on subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism, or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler? It certainly piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or resources to look even further. Very well. Real quick, has Candy gotten to the local magazine? No. How about her band, maybe? Nope. Okay. Well, we got a photo of the band in general. I'll be right here. A CD from the band called The Floozies is only available at live shows. The credits are guitars, vocal Candy, bass Nikki, drums Nina. So presumably this is indeed Candy. Good job to us, and thank you for putting the one person we care about on there. Alright, this is Candy. Well done. Now, Wolf, the younger son. You found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond, their fan club in 1996, 2 years ago. The description said it included a picture of son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. There you go, team. There you go, team. That portion of the family is, I suspect, complete, except for what was he doing? I mean, is student a possibility? It is, but student K-12 or otherwise. We can find what year Wolf was born. It was mentioned somewhere. And then figure out, is he a K-12 student or a college student? I suspect he's a college student. But how do we get there again? Okay. So it's probably on Cherry Tree album. Okay, 95. Nothing mentioned there. Their other album was called, not listed here, but if we look up Jim and Diamond at the very end here, A Sound of Laughter. Nope, nothing there. Released in 89. Huh. Where did I find that bit? I don't want to go through all of it again. Maybe it's on Diamond's Dazzlers page, the fan club page. So note to self, take better notes. So Young Son Wolf of 96. They're being called Young Son. It's 2 years later. I'm just going to say K to 12 student, and if that's wrong, okay, that's okay. Got 3 more good. James, Candy, and Wolf are all included now. We can add in some more optional entries if we want to. Oh, it turns out that whoever said Joan alone was correct. Thank you for that. Very, very useful. Booyah indeed. Hi, more completed, but still so much more to go. Oh, it never ends, does it? Okay, we have to get 6 more, so 3 and 3 more to get our leader to return to us. So, we have one more famous person. And so that famous person will slot in here on the last star. And then after this, you believe the game started due to a death? It did. The death of this family entirely. They're all good and gone. Okay, so the last famous person is Lauren Roottrees. I kind of want to just throw her into that spot. Also, we do have so many more faces here, by the way. And also, we should research these suns. We should figure out, like, free spirits. Oh, the picture's called the free spirits, I apologize. Yeah, so this is Gwen, the movie star. We gotta learn about her children. We gotta figure out who she's married to. There's a lot going on there. For right now, we're gonna lock in on, is Lauren correct? Lauren Roottrees. Who dat? She's an author. A distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, has a book called A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, she released a few romance novels under a married named Lauren Rafferty. Okay, we're going to pause there briefly and say, this is Lauren Roottrees, and then Rafferty. Chris or Clark or Jacob or, gosh, right, maybe later. All right. When her publisher learned she'd been keeping diaries of her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name to take advantage of family notoriety. A selection of diary entries, released in '65 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as perspective on changing times and socialites all the way to the entry into Vietnam. The content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences. It has found a new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into the life of previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels. This included Romance in Court, also Court Jester, and she's now listed as retired. Okay. Most recent job that we're always supposed to do. So is retired a job? It is not. We know she's an author though. Cool. No photo of her yet, but I'm guessing we'll find a publicity photo on A Life Between Wars or maybe her re-releases. Nothing there actually. You do find that because the diary's been reprinted recently, for schools they've in lots of libraries. Okay. Here we go. So it's published as Lauren Roottrees, A Life Between Wars. It seems you hit the jackpot here. It's a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcore, never mind. Let's not think about that one. A hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as a relevant entry from the diary has been added to your evidence. All right, so because this is a story about her family, boy howdy you're going to find a lot. Very cool. I think there's one called like The Jester. Is that right? Maybe there's the Jester series as well. All right, real quick, while we're here, Lauren Roottrees. Have I started a page on her? She grew up in the fans Roottrees family. She wrote some romance books involving historical figures like pirates and knights. Her married name Rafferty. One second on this one. Nothing there. Very good. Okay. Now her diary is being released under her birth name, Roottrees. The reviewer gives it a 4 out of 5 and claims it captures the evolution in perspective from adolescence to adulthood. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard her husband Jacob has died. Husband, Jacob Roottrees. Jacob Rafferty. Awesome. So presumably, child Rafferty. Chris? Clark? We don't know. Okay. The writer of the book mentions the majority of it happened in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, and made everything feel more real, perhaps contributed to a higher score than otherwise received. Fair. Back to the Spider Spurch. Spurch. It was Lauren. It was A Life Between Wars? No, that wasn't found there. It was Lauren Roottrees. We had other names at the bottom here, namely Romance in Court and Court Jester. So I'm guessing I'll have to go to the library and look them up. Romance in Court, most famous book, also Return to Court and New Romance in Court. All right, team. I thought I could do it with no page, but Lauren Roottrees, married to James Rafferty, died in World War II. Books, A Life Between the Wars, Romance in Court, Court Jester, Return to Court. Hoping one of these have a photo. Oh, it's Jacob Rafferty, not James. Thank you. They're all the same name to me. New Romance in Court also. Okay, not in a high demand, but it was Jacob instead. How do you all remember these things so well? I'm very impressed. Okay. Is there anything else here? I mean, published under the other name. I think that's that. Alright, so Return to Court Roottrees. It was published initially under the other name, though. Still nothing. I'm going to hit the books on these instead. So, is there Court Jester? No. I'm looking for all of them under Roottrees and then change over, I think. Romance in Court. Soccer fiction romance. The about the author blurb mentions the inspiration from her brother Clancy's lecture on the Middle Ages. Alright. So, Clancy Roottrees. Brother to Lauren. Professor. Lecturer. Back to the Lauren page. Return. Now we're doing Court Jester now. There's nothing on that one. Good. Return to Court. We did that one a moment ago. I apologize. New Romance in Court. Lauren returns to the Middle Ages, the last chapter in the Court series. She's going to do Clancy's lectures. All right, the hope now is that we can find an edition under her under her married name, rather, that includes a picture. Let's see. Nothing there. Okay. Romance in Court. Out of print. No copies available. Fair. Court Jester. Nothing there. Return to Court. Nothing there. New romance in court. Nothing there. Okay. So, in the periodical search, I looked for Lauren and got Life Between the Wars. If I look for Lauren Rafferty, nothing is found. Okay. What if I look for... I think I'd already look for Life Between the Wars, yeah? Nothing. So probably none of these are here. I'm going to say none of those are there for now. Okay, we got a bunch of new info here. Whole bunch of new info. Let's see. Hey, there we go. We have pictures. Maybe. we don't know if they're anybody. Also, there's a company name here, Schoolbound Publishing. We should look at the company. I have photos. Okay. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between the Wars. Okay, Pub 65. From 40 to 65, Lauren was pregnant in the last few months of World War II when Jacob died. She had to raise her son Clark alone. Never remarried. Okay. Cool. Their child is Jacob Rafferty. Wait. Sorry. Their son is Clark. C is for Clark. Oh, goodness. Okay, so only child, Clark Rafferty. Awesome. Brother also. Okay, lots of people. Could possibly be brother history professor. Striking and delightful to see that everyone is married in this generation. Joan could be married to a professor guy. Who knows? And they all procreated. Delightful. Okay, back to the big pile of evidence here. Okay. By skimming the pages, you glean she was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. So we're missing too much. So we know this is a root tree by name. The male root tree. I don't think I'll need that, but I should probably write it down just in case. So, father is root tree. Son, Clark. Good. Her mother's family name was the Cossells. That's very easy to do then. There's probably not too many of those. Sarah Cossell, awesome. Her father, who is always called Pop, is head lawyer for the candy company, wrote the Clancy Trust document. Okay. We know about that. This is Ernie Jr. We learned more about him earlier. He's actually this page here. Is there anything that I don't know? Fourth president. Prior to Carl. Second cousin to Carl. Okay, so the only thing to add there is second cousin to Carl. Or is it Ernie Jr.? Oh no, is it Ernie Jr. rather. So, E Jr. is second cousin to Carl. That means that I don't recall how that works. Maybe someday. Okay, what's in here? The Clancy Trust is Elias's investment vehicle. There was a lawsuit 4 years ago about someone being excluded and the 5-piece guarantee. I expect I would have written down whoever wrote the Clancy Trust. Here we go. We found it! Clancy Edward, Clanced, is the father of the person we're working on right now. Nice. Roottrees, Clancy Edward. Fantastic. Attorney. Lawyer. Good. Step by step. You'll need to search eventually, but good. Back to the big book. What a great big book. She calls him Pop. Fine. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for different generations. 5 pieces are the first generation. The next generation is hers. The free spirits are the ones afterwards, including her son. So we know that this picture is of the free spirits. So these two are of the generation of Carl? No. Maybe? 1 second. So Carl's generation is the free spirits. Gwyn is part of the... So these two are Gwyn's children. They are free spirits. Good to know. Good to know. The next generation is Lauren. 5 pieces of the first. So this person above Lauren is one of the first 5 pieces. Now we know that the first flavors, the first 5 pieces, have the initials of the 5 children of the founders. We've figured out Miracle and Clancy Edward. I believe. Okay. So I think that's all for the first bit of this book. That said, there's a 1953 complaints. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary is about Gwyn. It seems everyone's to complain about. Gwyn is an only child complaint of loneliness. You will recall that she is the movie star. I told her being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but fell on deaf ears. That reaffirms she has 3 younger brothers. Fine. The brothers are probably called Roottrees. We'll see. During the summer, when I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she'd be the sister I never had, and I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess! So Aunt Margot's a blonde. She complained to her as a lucky cousin. There's a lot more going on. So can we say Aunt Margot? So an aunt is a sister of one's father. I suspect that this is Margot Roottrees. Marguerite? Awesome. She's blonde. Note to self, blonde. What's your job? Blonde. Do you know the name of the flavors? So we know that there's a flavor names for the current generation, and the names have changed over the years. So I don't have anything of the original names yet. I'm not working that part right now, but we will at some point look back at that. Now she's off living the glamorous life. Well, I'm stuck here with Clark. Oh no. She was so sad when her husband died. Before that, though, she took him for granted. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet, a new magazine perhaps. and tell tales of how she gallivanted around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I'm jealous. If this is true, this is incredibly important. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in the world? My suspicion then, if she's speaking the truth, is that Marguerite was a housewife. We'll see if she speaks true. Truly. I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I've been undoubtedly burdened by a terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complain, they'd rightfully scoff at me, just like I do at Gwyn. There are more pages here, but let's look at the magazine called Starlet. For maybe Wild Bill Williams' real name. Let's see. Gwyn Roottrees. Awesome. Okay, Gwyn Roottrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced that she was pregnant again. Others mention the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honored them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes with Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild come out with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although we relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlet exclusive about us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for last name, not Williams. We'll also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation." Two things. Number one, Wild Bill's actual name is Cornwall, having been born in Paris with Cornwall delightful. Number two, alliteration on their child's name. So, bring me a Cornwall here. Linus Cornwall, not nearly as effective as Wild Bill Williams. Alright, she said that she is pregnant again. Is that correct? Pregnant again. Child on the way. We will be alliterating on that name then. So, do we have a Roottrees, like Robert Roottrees perhaps? Cornwall's father? That's right, I think. One of this first. Robert Roottrees or Ronald Roottrees? Well, problem there. Yeah, Cornwall's the father. Oh, good call. Good call. You're absolutely right. Sorry. Is of her own family. Thank you. Thank you. You're absolutely right. I misread or misthought. So in Starlet, may we learn what Wild Bill Williams' real name is? There we go. Walter Forsythe. I apologize for misunderstanding. Like Blondes, he had an interview. He doesn't mention her by name. You can determine from context. I'm like Gwyn Roottrees. One second. Walter Forsythe is the name there. Zordy and the team will solve this thing eventually. And apologies all the lady. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son of a gun cut me a picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't my fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying, playing a soldier's wife, but even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third rumor is his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen argue in public while she was holding the baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Okay, so Walter Forsythe's really all we learned there. But can I figure out which child's older and which one's younger in their photo? I assume this is the elder, but I'm not entirely sure on that. Let's put him in for fun, though. Why not? Why not? Elder, younger, probably? Do you agree with this? Looks plausible. So younger is alliterative. I'll remember that. I think. Possibly. Okay. So we can go back to reading about the the big book of lore, and that might help quite a bit. That said, I do wonder if I look up the random Robert and Ronald folks, if I'll find any indication about is one the son of Gwen Roottrees. The name Walter Forsythe is definitely worth looking into. So when he was Walter Forsythe, just Wild Bill story again. Nothing else there right now. We'll see. The older alliterative. See, I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe? So, Radicus, you kept an eye on the years. You're right. So in 58, she was pregnant with child 2. In 57, which is before 1958, the first child alliterative. Now maybe they both are, who knows? But yeah, this is definitely the first one. Thank you, Radicus, for having a mind here for knowing things. Okay. I want to look up Robert. Actually, I want to look up the Forsythe guy first. Linus Cornwall. Robert Forsythe, maybe? I've now to look it up myself. Forsythe. What's his name? Walter Forsythe. So close, so close. Nothing there. Did I spell it correctly? Forsythe, I did, okay. So, we know the Robert Roottrees. And then a Ronald, I believe, also. Now, with the trashy starlet talk about these, let's see. Nothing on Ronald. Robert. Nothing either. Okay. Let's check these real quick. Being real creepy, looking for the Facebooks here. Nothing there at all, that's fine. Those were the two names we knew, correct? Robert and Ronald. Those are the names I looked at, okay. So back to the big book. 1958 Dynasty. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary written in 1958. It focused on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I would have been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me everyone got quite heated. Probably one of her brothers. Clancy Edward versus, I believe, a plain Clancy also. But one of these. Ha. Back to it. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. That's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, no one's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. So it's not one of his children. It's one of his grandchildren instead. Pop argued at length the company should stay within our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name, but I'm not even sure Clancy would wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. It ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Cat. 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 So... this person's son. This person's son is the 2nd president. Yeah, just straight note here. So, second president is first son of eldest child of Elias. Possibly no presidents in first generation. The 3rd might have gone back up. We'll see. Okay, so Zach is one of these 2. I'm gonna say that person is called Zach. Okay, so I don't think they said first son of first son. I think they said first son of first child. Yes, firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. So it is not clear that the son is this one. It could be this one. We'll see. But we have some information there. Very good. The big book. I'm not sure how it's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie is older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. Awesome. So Angie is this person. Angelica Morden. One second. Families use surnames from birth. Even person change their name. Well, for now we know that Zach goes here. One second. Okay. So these are both Mordens. So I'm guessing that this is the Morden, because it's from birth. Got it. So Angelica Morden. Zach Morden. President 2nd. This person's a Morden. Do I have another one? Only one's typically male name. We do not know that the eldest child's a woman, but I believe she is. This feels like a good addition. I like that a lot. Okay, back to the book. Hey, Wyvern, good seeing you. Wyvern. I'm next oldest of us all. All right, one second on that one. Will that help us at all? So Lauren is the 3rd eldest. 1, 2, 3. So this person, whoever is top secret, may last me fill in possibly, is younger than Lauren. We know that the oldest child's a woman due to the name change, so we don't, I think, Because in other cases, I mean, I think you're right, but in other cases, people have maintained the woman's name. It hasn't always been the man's name goes forward. In this case, again, I think you're right, but just, we'll see. Okay. I'll never forget the cuss words Mom used when he told Pa it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with the catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Oh, snap. So, is there a real big boy in this one? Hello, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Lauren's diary contains labeled pictures. This is the next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of 5 Pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop. But I was outvoted my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together in a clump, and let everyone else filter in behind. Gwen did not make an appearance. All right, one second. So, you are the big boy. I'm very sorry. This feels very rude of me, but here you go. Hello, sir. Okay. So Gwen does not appear. The 4 of us all go here. We know that Clancy is one of them. So presumably, the one with the goofy looking tie is Miracle, and there's a son there also. So we can then add in new photo of you. Huh. Who's the son then? Or the boy? Is it possibly the youngest person of the group? Let's go read some more. Wrong one. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think Fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Got it. Wrong Miracle. Wrong Miracle. One wrong Miracle. This is our first picture of Miracle proper. Ah, the well done! A couple of those you all helped me with. Thank you for that very much. I locked in everyone on the notable Roottree list. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Look at them all. Look at them all.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Gosh, sorry, microphone. Oh boy, cleared my throat and coughed with the microphone on. Oh, that's pretty bad, sorry. Good morning, everyone who's sleeping. Very sorry. Alright, so we're going to look for WRTD News. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry, very sorry. Okay. I'm the worst. Oh boy. Gotta cut that out of the broadcast. Alright, quick break then. Ad break is here, friends. 3 minutes of the ad break. We also know that the person who hired us is breaking in. That's the lie here. Not some unknown person. Alright, 3 minutes, then back to the game. Probably last ad break for today, I suspect. Usually I end Saturday streams at noon or at 1. It's noon now. I'll be And noon now I'll be streaming for 1 more hour probably. You turn up the volume to hear the broadcast. I'm sorry, it was very terrible of me to cough then. I thought I had already muted the microphone, but guess not. Alright, so it's the case that we have some old puzzles to do. Hello? I don't know what I've finished this week already. Also, all of my old Mondays have closed now. That's no good. The Tuesday has been done. The Monday is stuck. Let's sort out. Untangle, sure. Yeah, there's something that's once it's a mistake, but I don't care to spend much time looking for it right now. What's Scott? Yeah, Dread Scott. That's good. Rosette is a flower decoration? Maybe later. So that means that March 10th. Maybe the next one's non-completed. March 10th. Yep, okay. I don't remember if I got stuck on this one and wanted help. Let me go through it again real quick and we'll see what we got. I think I may have been good and stuck. Oh, I had actually just finished this corner. I recall that. And we got this corner good to go also. So, good. They tell people where to go after walking down the aisle. Like a seat assignment, possibly? As opposed to being a person. Good. They're often found upsetting. Yeah, I said they're like dark horse teams, inferior teams, lower level teams, upsetting teams, who knows? Alright, can we get this done then? A type of metamorphic rock. Oh, isn't it like schist? Like that, possibly? Author and filmmaker who wrote The First Bad Man. Miranda's a name. Oh, isn't there an author named like Miranda Jewell? Something like that? I'm not sure on that one, though. I'm not sure. Okay. Let's continue working off of the seat assignments. Supermodel Hadid, with her sister Bella donates lots of money. Is it Olga Hadid? No idea. Burnett Meyer's incandescent war poem blank. I'm gonna guess it's not lament. Never mind. I'm guessing there's an E here, though, most likely. Uproar sounds. Uproar sounds. Uproar sounds. Oh, it's Miranda July, I believe. Yeah. Like a roar of a crowd. Okay. Blush. Blush. Crimson is the color. Okay, so we have a little bit more here. One way to stand. Oh, no idea. Last one for now. Edward Stark's elder daughter in Game of Thrones. Annis. Rose or Rouse? Scraps, surely. Congo Basin Dweller? Not sure. One way to stand alone. Stand alone. I think it's Sinsa? Is that right? Maybe. I think I've heard that name before. Back to the game in about 10 seconds, I promise. Quick post-wedding getaway in modern slang. A mini-moon, I assume. War poem sonnets, not a lament. It's fine. A gorilla. A gorilla's in the Congo Basin. I was looking for a person of like nationality. It's Sansa, not Sinsa. Cries of the crowd. Gigi Hadid. Alright. Another corner done. One more corner to go. As I often say, a day away from a puzzle can really reset the old mind. That's really nice. Alright, we're learning about WRTD News. This is a place that's reporting in investigative jazz. Also, my sense is that the volume of the report was not scaled to the volume of the jazz. Jazz was a little loud in that part. Anyway, during their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they've been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office. after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed that there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to a recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit has an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. It's another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered. The picture had evidence on it." Obviously, what is the Roottrees curse? A long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says the Roottrees are cursed has been very recently updated with the following message. I wonder if there's anything in the black behind. Remember old websites like that? There'd be like a lot of plain text, easily viewable, but then there'd be text that's in the same font color as the background color. Oh, if I ever found it, I felt like an absolute hero. Important update. With Carl and Brendan, their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. 1 second. Guy, 1970s era, a president, died in car crash. Does not say that. It does. Car was hit. Car crash. Drunk driver, 1982, end of presidency. Cat. Ernie Madsen Jr. So he was 4th president. I'm guessing that means that Guy was 3rd president. So from, what's his name? Elias to Zach to Guy to Ernie or Ernie Jr. Still confused there. I think Ernie Jr. to Carl. Cat. So Ernie Madsen stepped down. So we know that Ernie was ill and so resigned. Then Carl died in a plane crash. Another entry claims that if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners simultaneous 4-day time cubes. If you want to go into crazy land, go look up the time cubes. It's an amazing website. And then lastly, not last, there's even more, I apologize. An entry from a few months ago claims the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows the proof is fake. He's an expert at creating fake evidence. Okay, so Chris Raff makes fake evidence, forger possibly, asked for Ernie claim to be taken down. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real, which is a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. RT-29, Roottrees something, and then Thomas Overwood. Lots to look up. Number 1, this Mayan ruby skull is probably nothing. You find a few conspiracy websites that claim the Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape. It's supposedly a cave painting of South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions the photographer who took the picture died when the boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Then, amongst the spinning skull gifts, you find no source or verifiable details to back up any photo claim. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. Conspiracy theory fun for sure. I'm not looking at the time cubes, am I? I might be looking at the time cubes, we'll see. Operation RT29. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible... Oh, conspiracy theorists make me very happy. Oh boy, here we go. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their claim is the Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyricinolate. Ricin? One second. I need to start putting together a conspiracies page. There's just too much now. Conspiracies. Alright, so Thomas Overwood is the website master. Asked for conspiracy info to be taken down. Polyglycerol polyricinolate allegedly added as poison to candy. They claim it's an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol polyricinolate, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. I'm going to do the same search, but it seems like I didn't write it down at all, but okay. Who is Thomas? We should also mention Operation RT29, leap year loophole to break rules. Fine. So, two things. Thomas Overwood, and also, is the TimeCube website in this game nothing relevant? Wait. You begin to read this site and come to the conclusion the words "no relevant results" isn't a strong enough description of what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Regardless, it won't help your search. Alright, in case you've not seen this thing, it's important for the history of the internet that I have a brief moment of time with the TimeCube website. Is it not up anymore? One second, what's that? Oh no! It's timecube.com, of course. Buyindia.com bet365 bonus code. It's gone. It's gone. Here's an archive. Don't you worry. Everything's fine. Everything's good. In 1884, Meridian Time personnel met in Washington to change Earth time. First word said was that only one day could be used on Earth to not change the one-day Bible. No man on Earth has no belly button. It proves every believer on Earth's a liar. So friends, this is probably the ranting of someone who is not well, but it's important there are 4 simultaneous days instead of but one. And it goes and goes and goes. I feel bad reading this. I realize that I find this like so fascinating as the expression of someone who is, I don't know. Like, I think I recognize the first time ever this person is not well. And I don't want to make fun of someone who clearly is having trouble with their mental health. Yeah, I feel bad talking about this now. What a weird change. I've always thought of this like being like standard ha 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 ha. He left his mark on history. I mean, you're not wrong about that. Like, he has a Time Cube website. He died on 18 March 2015. Aww. Yeah, so a psychiatrist examined his behavior, diagnosed with schizophrenia. So that was really the man himself claimed. Incredibly confusing, a theory of time peppered with racism and homophobia. Here's the 4-day Time Cube. The best period is where Jesus lives. Socrates is around for a while. The worst time is where Clinton and Einstein live. Presumably because Einstein has certain claims about how time works that are contrary to the Time Cube. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. He offered $1,000 or $10,000 to anyone who could prove his views wrong. See, often these kinds of claims, and they're made fairly regularly by cranks, are made in such a way that, or the claims they're trying to defend are so unclear that to disprove it, you have to first understand or get them to express what they're really saying. And so it's very hard to refute pure poppycock because there's no place to start. It's insane that he gave a talk at MIT. I don't know. Anyway, if you want to talk about something else, like I need to redeem myself now. I need to redeem myself by looking up John Teeter, because this is the kind of 90s nonsense I need in my life. Oh, if you don't know about this one, it's a man in 1980-2001 who claimed to be a time traveler and needed to come back to get part of an IBM computer, I believe, to fix a machine from his time to stop the end of the world. Is that correct? Something like that. Yes, he had an IBM 5100 computer to keep this thing going. He was sent to 75 to retrieve one to debug legacy computer programs in 2036. Oh boy, we love it, we love it. A band that I enjoyed back in grad school has a song about John Teeter. Can I find it? I think it's called The Ballad of John Teeter. What's the band? The band is called... Earlier today, I tried to listen to some new music that my wife had mentioned, like Chappell Rowan or something. I listened to about 30 seconds, then went back to the music I always listen to. It's a bit of an issue. Maybe it wasn't The Ballad of John Teeter. Let's see here. It's like John Teeter's song. The Tall Tale of John Teeter. That might be it. There are too many songs about him. Anyway, spend some time reading about John Teeter. It's pretty clearly a hoax. I mean, obviously put together by someone who knew quite a bit about computers especially. Alright, Thomas Overwood, who are you? Hello? Game? Uh-oh. 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 no. The game's crashed. You can't see it. It's not responding to me at all. Oh. 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 The music's still going, which is nice, but... my keyboard's not working at all in that page. Is it working elsewhere? Yeah, it's working elsewhere. I think I need to Control-Delete to get out of this. Hope it all saves, man, me too. Yeah. Alright, Control-Delete is the way. That feels pretty bad. Is it even open still? Wait. It's not showing up in my task list. Is that true? Who's using the most... Oh, it's called Godot Engine. Got it. It's not showing the actual game name. Task has been ended. Let's see how it goes. What I get for looking at the time cube? You can't stop me for speaking the truth. What's that one meme? You all know that one meme, right? What, they, like, hated him for telling the truth? Yes. The world's greatest meme. Alright. Most of our objectives message, they hated Jesus because he told the truth. So what does it say in message number 1? The time cube is real. Okay. That was part 2. Goes here. I think that's enough. That's enough. There you go, team. Possibly an old meme, but a great meme. Very good. Please have saved recently. Let's see what we got here. How do we figure out if we saved recently? Okay. This is all done good. There are no things here that I've... Oh gosh. Okay, is my conspiracy page here? Conspiracy page is up. I do not know when it's saved, but good. Alright, so now we're looking for Thomas Overwood. There we go. There's a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees curse website, you find one about the truth about Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's plague is returning in 2000, and that anyone in the year 2000 who is drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Number, which claims that you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, and add those two numbers together, and divide the total by the stock price, and subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Oh man. There was some, like, math magic puzzle that was done on me when I was a middle schooler, and I thought the person who did it was a genius. It was amazing, but it was like this, right, where you do the same operations in opposite directions, and then you end up with some number, and I couldn't figure out at the time, and I was genuinely convinced that the person who had guessed, like, oh, your number is whatever it is, was very, very, very amazing. So I don't think there's anything else to look at here. I think these are far enough away from the Roottrees question. Maybe. So the conspiracy page, other than the Chris Raff part, is probably not useful. We're installing a new exe. I didn't ask for that at all. Auto install in 1998. Oh boy. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyrighted in 1997 on Prodigy. It lists the author's email address as this right here. Alright, 1 second here. So, Chris Rafferty. The family Rafferty is here. Okay, so Clark Rafferty had only one child. I assume. Now, it might be the case that these could be Rafferty's also. Yeah, we gotta be careful on that one. Don't want to misalign anything, misclaim anything. Okay. So Chris Rafferty, below a bunch of gifts that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned, "Me and my fiance, Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college. I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans!" Have a few notes here. So presumably the guy's name is just Chris Rafferty. And it's under Lauren's line. Fine though. So Chris Rafferty sounds like a college student. Let's see here. So this was updated in 97. We don't know what year was his first year of college, but engaged artist, engaged Lulu, Chris Rafferty 75, maybe birthday we'll see, at Prodigy, at prodigy.us. Went to college with Tartans as mascot. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for pictures I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rihanna, Riley, or Rose. Those are the 3 most famous ones. So I had to get creative and use only third cousins." Oh boy, here we go. All right, third cousin to Davy, Yukon swimmer. Bethany, Davy's younger sister. Stephanie, no siblings. Deductive puzzles, let's go. Logic games, here we go. Chris's artwork has been added to my evidence, but the cousin's photo must be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Okay, here we go. So this is Chris and Lulu. And they have cousins. Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project has these people. Go and extract them. Bifurcation. De-show to my. Fine. Alright, so we want to use my new app, Pixpop. The best free photo editor. Oh no. Oh no. I need to do... Oh boy, okay, some of these are not so bad. Zoom with mouse with right left click. Okay, this one seems not so bad. I can do this. Some of the other ones I'm concerned about though. Good. Great. Amazing. Amazing. Wrong way. Yes. Making a person. And so this is going to be either the only child or the younger sister something. Good. Dai Chu to my. Chu di to my? My to di chu? I don't know how to put them together. I'm a little confused. More zooming. I give you... a human. Oh, it's a dichotomy. Dichotomy, they say. Oh boy. Reading is hard. Okay. One done. Now, cousin rotated. We're doing mouse with our left, right, click. Alright, I want you to be upright. You have a neck, very good. You have a backpack, very good. Alright, this part's not as hard as the other one. Hello to child. So the question is going to be, does this person have the same hair color, probably, as the one dude we're going to get here? Apparently it's the 10-year anniversary of the dress incident. You know, the one in which people disagreed on a dress was black and blue, or instead white and gold. We good? We good? We're not good. What's not good? Hello? Oh, it's off. Aha! Very good. And so if you want to, you can go back and look up the dress picture one more time and see which one it looks like to you. For me, it's white and gold all the way. Though, if I go and look at the Wikipedia page that explains how people see it as blue and black or white and gold, I'm able to see it the other way, which I think is delightful. And apparently, it spawned some research because people apparently didn't know until this dress picture came out that the brain was able to do this. That the brain could make judgments about color based on light context. Apparently people who saw it as white and gold assumed outdoor coloration or outdoor lighting, and those who saw it as blue and black saw it as indoor lighting coloration. And as I remember it, yeah, this sort of like implicit judgment about lighting is a brain trick that was unknown until this photo came around. There you go. That's a thing. One more. The sliced cousin. This is the swimmer guy. Okay. I am very, very bad at these traditionally. Welcome to the next 4 hours of stream. I hope you're feeling ready for this. I am so bad at these. Cat. I need to move you up. Okay, the hand is in the right position. That's pretty good. So I think I move things down to like unused rows and rotate them as needed there. I think that's a shoulder. Oh, why did I make the head? You're making popcorn. This will be the rest of our lives, just FYI. Alright. That piece goes there. That's some background of some sort. That's a chest. Good. What sinning have I done that my life has come to this? Cat. So I need to move these over like so. But I need to move them up without moving that up. Oh no! This puzzle seems really challenging. If you need help, I can use my rubber duck power to skip it. Assume that I finished it. The amount of work, like, it would be genuinely hours, if not days. I'm so bad at visual reasoning. Do any of you enjoy that kind of puzzle? Like, is that the sort of thing where you say, oh, this is fun to solve, as opposed to, oh, I'd rather stab my eyes out and drink whatever comes out of my sockets, then play that. It's like those old, what are they called? Like the numbers inside of the square, you like slide them around. I have genuinely no idea how anyone solves those, or more importantly, how they enjoy solving them. That is the real issue here. Alright, so Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. These are third cousins of Chris. Is people even to watch? You don't like puzzles in D&D? I get that. I hate them absolutely. I get it. So, what's this? Hey, adoption. That's interesting. So, the Rafferty family name is here. My assumption is that child is here because Lulu is here then. Wait. Sorry, this is Clark's third wife. So it could be here then. But here's a marriage. Assuming the Lulu marriage went through, let's see. Lucia Garcia, a Lulu. Sure. You look like that. And then your name was Chris Rafferty, and you're that one. You are an artist or a student, depending. Maybe good, we'll see. Okay, now third cousins. Maybe someday. We'll keep that information in our heart as something to deal with sooner or later. Alright. So, Davy and Bethany. Maybe we can find a Davy root tree or David somebody, like an article of them swimming. So, is there a David root tree possibly? There's not. Alright, maybe a different family name. So, back to this page. More to read there after a while. I'm looking for a D. David on somebody. That's women. David Kellogg, possibly. Yeah, we're only seeing two Davids. They're both Kellogg's. Nothing. I think we're like third and fourth, but there. Hey, Wizards, how's it going? Okay, I think we're back to this right now. We were on this one, the Dynasty. We learned that Zach was the second president. Okay, that's done. We learned on this one that Zach was a big boy. Now, Sam. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottrees' 1963 diary. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. I believe Gwyneth is Elias's wife, the matrifamilias. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told, trim their branch of the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, went there. Alright, so we know that Miracle has a son here. Miracle's boys. Good. Very good. Bit of fact that bit. Alright. I spent ages trying to unravel mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. So we know Ernie Jr. is an uncle then. Which means she's writing. She did say Uncle Ernie Jr., but I assume that would be an Ernie, like a child in Ernie. Did I misread that? Uncle Juniors. Oh, okay. It's not Ernie Jr. necessarily. We know, though, that it's, Elias Jr. Sorry. I made a bad assumption there. Okay, so an Elias Jr. is probably the eldest son. Now, earlier, we learned that the Marden married a woman. So this is Elias Jr. Awesome. We learned also that he was married to Patsy and a Patricia, possibly. Christensen or Jones? I'm going to look into this while I am thinking about it. Elias Roottrees Jr. A small feature details a building that Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm worked on called Hunchetop House. It mentions that Elias Jr. is Elias's eldest son. Hunchetop House seems unrelated. All right, one second. Same thing. Okay, so can we then see Patricia Roottrees? Nothing there. Let's see what the website says. This is Elias Roottrees Jr. The exact same thing, unfortunately. Historical buildings. What were the women's names? The two Patricias. Christensen or Jones? I should look in the Butler book probably first. Patricia Jones. Nothing. Nothing there. Other family was... Am I missing them? Wait, where are they? Christensen's the other one. Jones and Christensen. I think it's spelled with an E for Christensen. Christensen Steel was a steel company in the early 1900s. You find a few mentions in the Butler County Times. This is a business we should look up in a moment here. Some are old birth announcements in the Butler County Times from the then owner Matthias Christensen. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia Christensen. The third of his 4 children was born in 1908. That, I don't know if the correct era. I think it is, though. So if it's being married at 18, it's the 1920s, maybe a little early. The front page article in 1944 stating the Vice President of the United States had stopped there to visit the factory floor. The company stopped being advertised around 1949. Around that time, there's a blurb stating that Matthias was stepping down and attempting to sell the company. Okay, so 1908. It's founded in 08 by Elias and such. So my suspicion is she was married into this generation, probably here. But let's go look in the Business Times for Christensen Steel. Business Watch mentioned them a few times, most of the time World War II. It appears they went all on the war effort and were commended by the vice president who visited the factory in person. An article from about 4 years after the war ended said that the expansions and modifications they made to the factory were no longer sustainable during peacetime, and the company was being sold. So we know that they're from Butler County. We could assume that Yeah, we can assume possibly that's what we need. Let's see what we have here. Christiansen. Steele. Same kind of thing. That said, they're both mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. Oh, a little steamy correspondence between the two, possibly. Between the husband and wife, Tina Angelina. Show me what you got, Angelina. This book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your pages. Oh my, Resorty After Dark. Here we go. In 1934, someone who goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it's clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and Ch were the first two letters for her last name, and Patricia Christensen was known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when letters written, was married to an older man of no notable status. Underline, underline, underline. The letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelica to theorize the letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from a classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something at the start of a child's fable. She deserves not the life he's been sentenced to. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on that joyous day, with all the strength I can muster, I'll fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for the more cryptic parts that mean. Okay, so super interesting, possibly valuable, but I want to highlight she's married to someone of no notable status. I assume it's the case that if she were married to a child of this family, then she wouldn't be marked here. Now, with that said, the person listed here is the top secret portion. So we know also that these are guardianships. Are there others of those in the page? I don't see any others. And so I wonder if it can't be this. This is too late for that. Okay, there's things going on that need to be understood more fully there. What I want to say is that this is not the correct Patricia, which makes you think it's the other one. And I don't want to just guess that, though. We'll leave it blank for right now, though. All right. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Okay, so Sam here is the child that was probably of the love connection. And so I suspect it's the case that the man to whom Patricia is writing is Sam's father, though she is married to an older man. Okay. So many pages. This is Sam question mark question mark question mark. Sam appears at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. Produced, that's a terrible word, by Patricia Christensen and an unknown man. Outside of wedlock. Sam sent away to work in slave-like conditions. Okay. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands E.C. and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Okay, 1 second. Was sent to... I'm putting all this in one big notes mistake, for sure. Was sent to Anderson Farm to work with farmhands, E.C. and John. Okay. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. A couple things. So the Anderson farm is part of the Roottrees estate, I believe, because Zach is the second president. Now, maybe there's another Zach at play. That said, there are two Elis. One is Miracle's youngest child. Also, Lauren has a brother named Eli. Okay. Back to that in a second. So Miracle has a younger brother named Eli. Nope. So Eli Roottree, it's here. E-C-E-M. Swore saw Sam working with the farmhands E.C. and John. Okay, we don't know who E.C. versus E.M. is. That's that there's an Eli as younger brother. I don't see a way to indicate that right now. I can only say, male. And so, let's see here. I mean, Elias M. could be Miracle. I'm going to go with that for reasons that are like gut-based only, to keep the Miracle name as part of this thing, because Miracle seems incredibly vain. And so we know that Lauren here has a brother named Eli also. Now, we know that one is a brother. Which one, though? No idea. Okay, we've indicated that brother named Eli. Son Clark. Cool. All right. Sam gave him old tools and taught him how to make the bike engines faster. None of us think that probably for multiple reasons, but Eli is thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider is cozy into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Okay, so there's a child that was added into the family late. Now, I see this has a weird indicator. Is it possible that Elias and Patricia married after she broke off from her older husband of no note? We saw earlier in a photo that someone was angry that Sam had been included here, yeah? Grandma insists we include Sam even if we didn't want to. Also not fair for him to join in. Okay, so Miracle's there. And then Sam is part of this. So the 4 of these are Lauren's immediate family. There are 2 other people, the red hair and the black hair, who are of the same generation as Lauren, but are not her brothers and sisters. Gwen did not come. So, her brother Eli, so I know this is Lauren. That's Lauren all the way. Let's add that to the big board. Second picture of Lauren, awesome. Good. So Eli looks like Dad. Which one Eli is, we don't know. But he looks like Dad in the old picture. So this is the newest one from the 70s. This is the one from the 50s. There must be one from the 30s we've not found yet. And that way we can identify which of the 2 here, 3 here are Eli. Now, I wonder if the little kid here is Sam. Or if Sam is one of the 4. But, well, I was going to say Lauren would know who Sam is if it's one of her 3 brothers. But it's possible that... I don't think so. I don't think it makes sense to say that... Like, it could be a late ad, possibly. I think this is Sam. The dirty secret of it all. And I think Sam is the little kid. I'm not certain on that. Sam Cattrall. Is there a Cattrall here? There's Stephanie Cattrall. Okay, something feels wrong. Something's wrong with that. If he's a Roottrees... No, I'm kind of just flailing right now. I think this is going to be Sam, though. And so I kind of think this is Patricia Christensen. But there's enough question marks here I'm just not quite sure. Because I don't see any children who are explicitly born out of wedlock. Right? We don't have any indicators for that kind of thing, unfortunately. Which surprised me a little bit. I mean, this one is marked in a strange way for reasons I don't fully understand. It could also be the case that Miracle... This is Miracle's young son, possibly. Because of course the way he's holding his hand on him. Not sure. Friends, it's 1 o'clock p.m. On the weekends, I tend to skedaddle roundabout now. And so... I don't even know what to say. This one seems very, very important. We didn't establish which Patsy or Patricia Uncle Junior got married to. But Sam was at that wedding. Sam worked there also? Last little bit. I'm going to finish up this page so I can stop at a good spot. Friends, the ad break is coming. I'm going to play through it just for this one out. One second, let's cough. Clark's getting married, at least her son, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle is much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. So her son married at a young age to a Danielle. Happily only one of those, awesome. Her son is one of the free spirit generations. We have a picture of that if we can meet it. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers of all sorts of nonsense. The only one disciplined is Carl, because Pop, that is her father, forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay. Pop forced Clancy to send someone to the academy. Assuming it's within the family, this person was the academy, because Disco Guy and Carl... Wait, who is it? Is it Carl? One moment. Carl forced Clancy to send to the academy. So Carl is the CEO who just died. His father then is Clancy Jr. Nice. Okay. He went to the academy. Nothing I had there. Maybe I'm getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us did was to bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay, so we saw earlier that there is a couple here who are in an interracial marriage. I'm guessing then there's someone else who is presumably African American in the nearby family tree to Lauren. Okay. We know that Lauren's reference there is to an Edward who was brought home. What that means, I think, is that this is her brother Eli. The C is probably for Clancy. And that means that Edward here... No. So I thought that Edward might be the person outside the family. So this might be wrong, actually. Back to unknown male. So one of these might be the person who is African American, presumably. I don't want to like go through and say, you know, who looks vaguely African American. That feels super creepy. We know it's not her. So it's potentially this group here, but I don't know for sure. I feel really creepy thinking that way even. But Edward is taking over his department. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on a pirate story I invented with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. This is a story I've not seen before. It was published under her unmarried name. No, under her married name. Okay. So Jacob is the husband. Even my cousin's doing well. Zach is not a bad president after all, and his sister is doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of her divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits and their family are all in the streets, even Clark. That's her son. So Zach's sister is raising twins. Zach, sister, twins. Named Angelica Morden, we already have that part. So twins, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I'm glad we already know his sister, though. So the one thing I want to look up then before I say goodbye is I want to look up at the public library. This by Lauren Rafferty. Re-releases X Marks the Spot. So this was re-released as Lauren Roottrees. Okay. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees from the author of the Court series. Also says keep an eye out for her next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 years later. Oh goodness, friends. Oh goodness. How did they get all of these? How on earth did they get all of these, like, hints throughout the game? The amount of work this game must have taken to put together, conceptually, probably look like a Pepe Silva board indeed. This is a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original, it has no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between the releases that changed Lauren's outlook on subjects, the death of Elias. Some of the fallout's been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Oh boy, team. Oh boy, team. So much going on. Oh, this must be a photo from the 30s, I'm sorry. Alright, this is the 5 pieces, the first 5 people. The picture was found at her house. Pop had it framed. So this is Lauren's father. I said I was going to stop. I'm a liar. Okay, Lauren's father, Pop, is that man. Her brother, Eli, is the one who looks most like Pop in the photo. We know that all 3 of these people are males. So the one that... want to use Eli. Okay. So we go to her generation's photo. Brother, this one is Eli. This one looks youngest. So Eli is not the youngest. Which means this is Eli. Alright. I don't know what his job is. That means that this one is youngest person, Edward, I guess. Wait. Who looks more alike? Oh gosh. I think this is right, but I'm not sure. So you're then Edward, and you brought home someone who is not of the same race as the others, which means man with glasses is the eldest. That makes a lot of sense. I probably just like done oldest, second, youngest. So that's you. Good. Jobs, I have no idea on any of them. Bunch of layabouts. Okay. There are 2 other people here. One redheaded, one not. In her generation, there's one So I guess this is Sam. And I wonder if the youngest child of this person, of Miracle, hasn't been born yet. So one of you is the eldest daughter of the eldest child. Oh, good call. One was a professor. It was, I think it was this one. He looks professorly anyway. I like it very much. Good thinking. Professor sent this kid to the academy. Okay. So, of these two photos, who looks older between these two? I think you do. But I have a problem. Is this not Sam then? Because the person down here is an Eli also. Now, is there a woman Eli maybe? That actually makes things very interesting. Is Eli, I think that, is he a younger son or... Like my brother Eli, not the youngest son Eli, Eli, something Eli. Miracle's youngest, not my brother. This does not necessarily mean a male Eli. Is there a female Eli here? Like Eloise could be an Eli. Awkward. Like Ellie instead of Eli? Yeah, Eloise question mark's the only one of note there possibly. But then why do I have two pictures of women? Is it possible that one is Grandma? The 5-piece is photo of our generation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus Sam possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gwyn is not there. Wait. Is it possible I have a double photo of someone? No, it's not. I want to figure these out, two pictures out first. I'm not sure I can, actually. I mean, is it possible that someone's trans or dresses in ways that are non-normative? Maybe. But 1950? It seems unlikely. Maybe Sam is of a younger generation. Okay. Zach has kind of reddish hair. I'm gonna say it's Angelica then. It's probably wrong. I mean, do they look like siblings? Or do they look like siblings? I think that's the sibling there. That seems more plausible to me. And then the other one I'm just confused about. Well, we'll figure it eventually. Now, of course, we have the other family to look at here. Miracle's in the photo. Miracle's in the photo. But only the 5 pieces go in. So this is Miracle. Has he lost an eye? He has! He's wearing I was wondering why he was wearing sunglasses. I thought it was like cool televangelist thing. He's missing an eye. Ah! The plot thickens. Okay. There are 2 women and 1 guy. The guy, we know where he fits right away. He is Elias Jr. Awesome. Not Shrun Job. We'll have to look into that at some point. And there's 2 women, Marguerite and the other one. Are they of obviously different ages? Older? Younger? These guesses feel very speculative. We were told, though, we have to make speculative guesses occasionally. Older? Younger? No, maybe not. That said, blonde hair. Oh, we knew that the so Lauren said that she went to spend time with Gwen and her mother, both of whom were blondes. Ah ha 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 ha. All right. Oh, we get creepy information now. No, I save and quit. Save and quit. I still gotta go. Save and quit. Friends, I had a good time today. I hope that you did also. That was a lot of fun. I don't know how many more weeks this game will take us to play if we try to do a whole thing a little bit every Saturday. But like I said, I enjoy the feeling of it coming together. 18 people done, 50 in total, a lot more to go. You can do the math, 32 I think. So much fun, such a good time. I'll see you on Monday with probably out of the park baseball. We'll see how that one goes. Should be a fun time. For now, though, you might see me on the other channel in a little while. I gotta get some lunch first, but, you know, it's Saturday. Noms isn't home for a while. Appreciate y'all. Thank you all. And see you again real soon. Goodbye, friends.